So today I've got a very specific question for, I think only one member of this group would be able to answer it. Justin,
Oh,
I know I probably could have asked this in the chat before, but I was curious because I know you bought a game recently. I was
yeah.
wondering if you had a chance to play it and what your first impressions are with as little, like, spoilery stuff as possible, because I know Sarah and I are interested in playing the game that just came out. I don't
Yeah,
know
so
if
the Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, I did have a chance to play it.
Ah.
I did. Josh is familiar because we kind of saw each other this weekend, so he's kind of familiar with some of my, um, I would say, criticisms of the game. It's really enjoyable. Like, don't get me wrong, fantastically done. I love the way that they've developed those games because the system's almost identical to Kingmaker in it so far as the user interface and stuff. Um, some of the criticisms that I have, and this may just be with the AP. I've never actually played the AP, obviously, but some of the criticisms I have kind of lie in that, such as they allow you a lot of freedom of choice in this one, which is really neat. But some of it, you know how in this one we've kind of determined that our next characters, you might put some ground rules on. They need to have some really defined reasons why they're here, why they are fighting for Nermathis, why they're against the Legion, that kind of stuff. Like, some real grounding stuff. With the amount of customization they give you, there's still a lot of that kind of thing. Like, you create your character, then the story begins, and you're like, I don't know if my character would really do this kind of stuff based on how I created that character, but let's roll with it. And like, yeah, they give you a little bit to try and fit the character in narratively, but I'm trying not to give away too much of the story.
right.
The story has a certain alignment, and it kind of hoists that alignment on you.
Yeah, my expectation would be what little I know of Wrath of the Righteous, the AP. I would assume that it's very heavily geared towards good aligned, probably lawful good, most part. And I'm sure they give you the option to play as an evil character.
Yeah, so that's I guess that's where my and I'm not far enough in it to give an actual criticism of the game itself or the story or anything, but just what I'm probably like an hour and a half into the story, so not very far, and I created from the start a lawful evil wizard.
Interesting.
And I got started and I went, and I chose as my deity, what was his name?
Asmodeus?
Asmodeus?
Asmodeus, yeah. And so I was like, my character does not fit this adventure path at all. Like, at all. Because it very much kind of, it doesn't force you, obviously, but it very much wants you to go down the path of a more righteous, lawful, good character.
Yeah.
Although it does give you some
From
options.
Wrath
Like-
of the Righteous?
Yeah, like I should have thought that in the title, but I was like, why did I make a lawful evil character? This is clearly a lawful good adventure, but I just wanted to be super evil. And I will be honest, they have given me some very evil options, and I'm not sure how the story would go if I had chosen some of those. So maybe some of that's on me. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
lean into your archetype, buddy. Just be
Yeah.
evil.
At least you're lawful.
one of them was like really dark. I was like, all right, I don't
That's
think
what-
I don't think
what
that's
being evil
lawful.
is.
That's just straight up evil. Like, it's not even lawful. Like, I killed them, not just the men, but the women and the
Yeah,
children.
that
Like,
reminds
it
me.
got rough.
That reminds me of the old like Fallout 3 meme where it's like, blow up a town of idiots? Sure, I'll do that. Who cares? Be mean to one small child? No, I can't. Be-
It's definitely an interesting thing there. I would love to see how that dynamic would work. Well, actually, I know how it would work. The GM would just say, "No, you can't play an evil character in this campaign." But I haven't read Wrath of the Righteous, so I don't know if they accommodate for that in the AP or not. But I've been curious about the game because I've read a lot of high praise about it online.
It is very good. Like I'll say that. Like the combat in it's really well done. Um, the story is fantastic so far. I really like the story. The very beginning's great. Like one of the best beginnings to a game I've had in a long time. But I'm just I haven't committed to my character yet in it. I've actually gone so far as been like, maybe I should restart with a more less evil character and play it that way first, and then the second run maybe I'll do like whatever I want kind of deal. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good so far.
I look forward to playing it someday.
I think it's worth it. I mean, it was only like what, $40, I think.
I think it's 50.
50, 40,
it might have been 50.
something like
I know
that.
it wasn't 60, so I will say that. And I do like that. I like that they didn't release it at a full AAA titles price tag.
And I mean, if it's anything like Kingmaker, I have like 500 plus hours in Kingmaker. So if you're going by the like dollar per hour margin of games, then like I'm sure I would get way more than $50 worth of value out of Wrath of the Righteous.
Sure. To the movies. So if I pay to go to a movie and a movie's 2 hours long and I'm willing to pay, $15, $20 to go see a movie, can I really complain if I get over 10, 15, 20 hours from a game? That's not a lot, but can I really complain about it when I'll spend functionally the same for less on other types of media?
Depends if you bring in your own popcorn and soda, because otherwise it comes out to be like $100 an hour.
Right? If you want some goobers, prepare to pay.
Well, speaking of preparing to pay,
I don't want to die.
Well, we're hidden. We can still leave.
Yeah, you guys could leave.
We just abandoned.
That's true.
Captain Crunch down there.
That's true. You could just leave. Yeah. Last session covered a lot of ground roleplay wise. You guys had the meeting at Mist Home. Everybody kind of got a game plan, shared it with all of the NPC leaders so everybody was on the same page. Went out, took care of the owlbear problem that had been occurring just to make sure that nothing really bad happened while you guys were away. And you actually met a fairly insightful tree while you were there, who you don't know could maybe be an ally one day, and in your position, any ally is sorely needed, so you probably got a lot more out of that short excursion than expected. And then you came back, got plans around to make a pulley system for an elevator for Veld, and then fairly promptly decided to come back to the fort here. This is the more or less the last unfinished business that you have. I mean, Fort Riston is still technically occupied by Fae, but as far as you know, there's nothing there that you need, whereas you know that there at least were some prisoners held here. Might have been killed because you left, might still be alive. You're not sure yet. I believe you did see at least 2 figures that were still chained up, so there's still definitely some people here at the fort that require your assistance. And it took a couple days to travel out here, scout out the area, figure out what was different, but ultimately you guys decided to come from the same direction as last time, but this time you would have Sirio go out and sort of be a decoy in a way, hopefully drawing the patrol out into the forest so you could ambush them. But as he strolled up to the fort and began to pretend to be surprised or whatnot, the guard behind the wall tossed a small stone in his direction, and as it landed in front of his feet, it detonated in a cacophonous noise, which you guys would probably be fairly understanding of it being a thunderstone. And that's where we ended it, and that's where we will pick it up. I'm going to roll a quick fortitude save for Sirio, and then we're going to roll initiative. So let me roll the save. Any guesses on what he rolled?
3.
Natural 1.
A natural 1.
So he passes, right? Is that how that works?
Yeah, he's fine. He's absolutely just swell.
Well,
Okay, well, go ahead and roll initiative. I'll roll initiative for him and then reduce it by 4, I believe.
And he's the only one who has to roll that check.
Correct, yeah, you are all much more than, I believe, the radius. I can look up the radius just to double check, but
It's
I
like 10
believe
feet.
it's
guess.
not very large. Yeah, so the range increment of it is 20 feet, well within tossing range. 10-foot radius spread. So you're all well beyond.
And I can
10
assume that for this trip that we are fully rested, no spells were expended.
Yeah, you should be at full health. It's been several days traveling over here, so
Yeah.
you should be full health, probably everything prepared. I don't think you would have expended anything because this is the morning again. So
What
Well,
did you expend?
Kieran has
Mage
a couple
armor?
he does every day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mage armor and my fastidiousness, but
Classic.
Okay, so for initiative we have a 15 from Kieran.
Look
we
at
have
that.
a 15 from Frampton, but Frampton has the higher initiative, so I'll drop
By
Kieran
quite a
down to a
bit.
14. Aaidan with a 19, not bad. And then Jessup with a 27. That's going to be much higher than... Yeah, nobody I have can even possibly roll.
Everything all right there, Justin? What you laughing about?
nothing.
No?
We'll talk about it after stream.
One of those things, huh?
One of those things. Well, whatever it was, it went over my head, so... Yeah, Frampton will also go before that guy, but Kieran will go before that guy. So, okay. Everybody is in order. First round of combat. We will begin with Jessup.
Just some kind of free action. Looks at him. I don't think this is going the way that we thought it was gonna, and he will delay.
Jessup delays. leading
Catch
us-
up.
I seriously thought Jason said ketchup.
Yep, we're gonna start with
We're
ketchup.
gonna start with ketchup.
I mean, it's the best condiment. I'm just throwing
That's
that out there.
our buddy cop movie, Ketchup and Mustard, serving out your mathy justice.
Next up in initiative, we have Aaidan.
Move 20 feet of move. Oh, I'm not impeded by difficult terrain.
Correct. You're fine.
Oh.
Because
Cool.
you're a special fancy ranger.
I'm a special ranger.
Got special ranger legs.
If I move to that square, am I out of, like, through the edge of the trees enough that he could shoot without any impediment?
If you use the front corners, that's, yeah.
Yeah, it's debatable, but he'll
I'm
go.
fine with it.
Yeah, he's trying to like be on the edge of the forest, and I will ready an action to strike should they continue to press the attack for Sirio. If one of them crosses the bridge, I'll lay ambush. If the whole round goes by and at the bottom of the round they're just shooting both of their arrows, I'll take my shot. If that's fine, if you're okay with the dual condition for the readied action.
What a wildly complicated ready to action trigger. Got
If-
some if-else statements in there.
Hey, what can I say?
Okay, so you walk up a little bit to the edge of the forest and pull out an arrow and ready a shot. Okay. After Aaidan, we have Frampton. I'm now seeing that the initiative tracker is very front-loaded with your party. We've got Frampton now, and then Kieran's going next. So all four of you, I guess, are going first.
Frampton's just gonna chillax in the forest. He'll just ready that if one comes like, I don't know, let's say here or here. Wow, that was really slow circle. But they're there that he will then attack them, move and attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also readying an action. Okay. Next up, we bring us to Kieran, who is bottom of the initiative of your party, but still first amongst everybody else in the combat currently.
Okay. Kieran is going to, I guess he has to move action up. And he will say to Frampton in a lowered voice, he'll say, not sure if I can flank with you, but maybe this will help. And he touches you on the shoulder and you disappear. You are now invisible.
You have been plane shifted. No.
That's what I was thinking.
You find yourself on the positive energy plane. You take 20d6.
Yeah. Everything's wrong. Everything's wrong.
Okay.
So yeah, so he casts invisibility on you.
Step up,
How long
cast
does that last?
invisibility.
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Or until you attack.
Yep.
And then it will be
Wow.
dispelled.
Yeah. Up to 6 minutes, or as soon as you take a hostile action, it will dissipate.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep, so the first time you make an attack, you'll basically be guaranteed sneak attack, but just for that first attack, because you will be out of invisibility after that.
Okay.
Now I can't find him for a spell.
That brings us to the Red Forest Soldier, who is this one here, I believe. He is... he would hear other sounds coming from the forest because there is a spellcaster over there, but he can't easily see it. The only one he can see is Sirio. He's the one who threw the stone at Sirio. He's going to...
Did Jessup
pull
cast
out-
Inspire Courage?
No, he delayed.
Oh, so he didn't. Who spellcast?
I
Oh,
did.
Kieran did.
Kieran just cast invisibility, yep. So the Ironfang Forest Soldier is going to pull out a longbow and take a shot at Sirio. So I think he can only take the one shot. Natural 19. What is Sirio's AC? Okay, that's going to hit. Sirio is going to take...
Can I be honest? I don't like the way Sirio looks. And
Elaborate.
here's why. He looks like, I don't know, Kenny Rogers? Kenny Loggins? Which one?
Kind of
of them?
reminds
He
me
looks
of like
like
a miniature version of
yeah, he looks
Robin
like Kenny Loggins.
Williams when Robin Williams came out of Jumanji. Spoilers, and he's got the beard, but he's wearing Seto Kaido's
Yeah.
robe from Duelist City. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
Here's the issue that I have is that the book gives two different depictions of him. So I'll blow this one up. So there's this one,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yep.
So they give like the upper chest and head of him. But then they have this one.
Ew.
What?
He's
Those are
cheerful in that one.
drastically different. And you know what? Honestly, I like the second one better.
Well, so here's my thing though. The first
Jason,
one
You have to
being
change the token right now.
Like
a
that
little
man
zoomed
seen some
out,
stuff.
he looks to me like he should come from Planet of the Apes.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
right?
seeing.
yeah. Like I don't know, something's very 80s about him, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
If
It was
that's
a
the thing
pop
is-
collar too.
It's
Like
a
that's not
pop
helping.
collar.
it's a pop
Yeah,
collar,
It's like a denim jacket, right?
yeah.
Very-
Like
Well, see,
he's
that's
been in 80s music video.
the thing is, I used this image for the token because all of the other NPC tokens that I had from the book, I used their head and shoulders image. So I was just remaining consistent there. But this is the only one where the full picture and the head is just so wildly different between the two. And I don't know if they get different artists to do it or exactly.
Well,
what
it's
happened
funny
there,
too,
but-
though, because they're completely different interpretations of the character. One, his near cynicism, borderline nihilism comes through a whole lot. Like his just stark, begrudging disassociation with life comes through more, and the other one, his dark comedy comes through more. He's not seeing the silver lining. He's finding humor in the absurdity, you know? But those are two very different aspects. So it's interesting which one the artist chose to render mostly.
Yeah. Well, either way, he still takes 8 points of damage
Oh,
as this arrow lodges into his shoulder, and he kind of pulls it out, tosses it to the side, and he kind of yells over his shoulder and be like, I don't think they're coming out. It is now his turn. He is deaf. He shouts out to you, probably louder than necessary because he can't really gauge sound. You can see that his one hand is like on his ears still. His penalty from the initiative and whatnot. He's just been shot. He can't hear. His ears are ringing. He's yelling back to you guys. He's very disoriented, but he's going to kind of stumble back a little bit down into this direction. He doesn't want to give your position away, so he's kind of going the opposite side, but he's going to stumble back a little bit. And let me just see.
Oh, for a second, I forgot that he had the Thunderstone thing thrown at him, and I thought I had just missed a crucial detail in that he was legitimately deaf. And I'm sitting here for a second like, what is wrong with the Rangers? Auburn's blind. He's deaf. No wonder the Iron Legion took over. Like,
no, it's a relatively recent condition.
The next Ranger we're gonna meet is gonna be mute, and like, there's no problem with that. But like, it seems like every Ranger we meet has a severe handicap going.
Yeah,
on.
it's almost
has an eating disorder.
It's almost a theme or a motif in this story.
A motif of this story,
Yeah.
like.
It's a good thing you qualified that, Justin. I was about to be very offended.
Well, I will qualify. Like, there's no problem with that. But,
Yeah.
like, I just was like, okay, Auburn's blind. He's missing a leg. He's deaf. Like, man, there's definitely a theme with the Rangers here.
I don't know. Aaidan's the most powerful ranger I know, and he's fine.
That's because he still has all his faculties. He hasn't lost them in battle yet. Give it some time. But you're destined for it. You're a ranger. You're going to lose a limb. Okay?
Yeah,
Your
I
uncle's
mean,
missing a butt cheek.
To be fair, Auburn was born missing a leg, and she had the blindness thing happened a couple years ago. That's why she retired. Syria was fine until like 3 weeks ago when he fought the dragon the first time, and it bit his leg off.
Jessup's mostly fine. Who needs a left butt cheek?
Well, I definitely missed that part. I didn't realize the
Jessup doesn't have
dragon
his
bit
either.
his leg off.
Yeah, that's what he was.
Yeah.
I think when he was explaining it the first time, he's like, he jumped.
I was too busy
from-
thinking of puns and jokes to make about his one leg.
I believe it.
True though.
I wasn't paying attention. I was
When the
trying to think of
dragon
clever things
attacked.
to say.
When the dragon attacked, he leapt from one of the towers on top of the dragon on its head and slammed down on it. But the dragon then tossed him to the side, pretty much knocking the wind out of him, and then bit his leg off and left him to almost bleed out.
Ow.
So when he was
kind
when
of
he
a, kind of a I can't say that on stream. He's a bad dude.
He's a bad
When-
dude.
He's one bad
when
mother,
he was
as
impressing
they'd
upon
say
you
in Cool
the danger.
Runnings.
Yeah.
When he was impressing upon you the danger, that was a first-hand account. That he's like, I'm not saying in general. Like I know for a fact.
And I lost my leg.
Climbing up the top down. Yeah, being a ranger, I lost my. Sorry, I have got.
Being a ranger.
I apologize, Jason. I'm sorry. It struck me that I'd forgotten that he had been hit with the thunder thing and it made him deaf.
Yeah.
I thought
You want to
he
know
was
why you
naturally
forgot?
deaf.
Because we didn't have a thunder sound coming from
Yes.
Sirenscape.
All of our amazing
They have
ambient
tons of great
sounds,
sounds. I'm sure they have it there.
and
but-
combat music is provided by Thunderscape. Sirens.
Thunderscape.
Thunderscape and lightning.
I can't make a loud thunder.
That's like
Yeah.
a
It just-
slow rumble
That's
thunder.
just a
That's fine.
storm. Yeah.
So he is going to step back, and he's going to take one attack because I don't believe he is disabled in any other way. He can still do a full suit of actions. So move action, he'll fall back a little bit, and then standard action, he will, with his halfling sling staff, throw a stone 95 feet just outside of his first range increment. So he'll take a -2 penalty. But he will throw a stone at the one who fired at him.
Little Ewok.
He's throwing the stone.
Oh my gosh. He rolls another natural one.
Oh.
Jason, quit lying, okay?
Nah, he rolled. Like, he has a really good to hit. Like, his to hit is probably comparable with your guys. So he had that was a very decent chance of hitting even with the distance. But no. Rolled a natural one. You see, he's still disoriented. He uses this sling staff to toss this stone, David and Goliath style, but it goes just slightly wide and passes over this guy's shoulder, and he just kind of like nods his head to the side so it bypasses him completely.
I think you're misremembering the story of David and Goliath because David rolled a natural 20 on his, so this isn't quite David and Goliath style.
And a 20 to confirm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the 20 to confirm on a ×4 sling.
And they were playing with the house rule where if you roll 3 natural 20s in a row, it's an
it
instant
just
kill.
instantly died.
Yeah.
That's definitely what it was. And then God was
The
like,
crit
I'm
deck
not
for
using
sure.
I'm not using that house rule anymore. So okay.
The image of God as a DM is
Terrifying.
terrifying.
Your whole life is just a D20 roll.
Bottom of the round, we have the Forest Prowler, which is this guy over here.
Mhm.
He's also going to pull out a longbow and fire it at Sirio. Unfortunately, he does not get anything cool because Sirio has already acted. So just one attack against Sirio.
And then my ready in action? Is that the order you want to do it?
It's up to you. If you wanted to
Yeah, I'll try
fight,
to.
like if the first guy was all you cared about, or if
No.
you wanted to wait for both of them to act.
I
to
was
see
gonna
if
wait
either
for
of them would
both.
come out.
Yeah, I was gonna wait for both of them, and then if neither of them come out, he'll try to like interrupt him shooting, try to knock him down before he does that.
Yeah, if you want to, seeing him draw out a bow instead of coming out into melee, I can let you fire off your shot and interrupt him, and I'll just move you between Sirio and this guy.
Yep, and it's got Vital Strike on it, so go ahead. I'll roll. If it hits, I'll roll an additional D8.
Okay.
So
against the Forest Prowler, you are almost certainly within your first range increment. There's
Yep.
nothing impeding you. So,
favorite
yep.
enemy, goblin, favorite terrain. There's nothing else that I should get, and he shouldn't have cover, from what I can see.
You sure you don't want to ask about any magical beasts or
No.
where to find them?
21.
21 will hit your target
Noise.
So
for
12 points of damage.
12 points of damage plus another d8. So 15.
Yep.
15 points of damage to this first one here. Not
That
a bad
crit would have been
shot.
nice.
Yeah. Not a bad shot. He now sees the arrow fly out. He's actually going to change his target. He's going to 5-foot step up and then fire at you now because you have provoked him.
Yeah.
And you seem to be a bigger threat than Sirio.
You-
So
ah.
you interrupted his shot there.
Yep.
Actually, that works out well. Oh, I know. I was looking at Sirio. I saw favorite enemy humans +4, but no, that's Sirio, not this guy. This guy does not appear to have any favored enemy.
He should be within his first range increment. Even
Sirio
if he's using
has favored enemy human?
Malthun.
Oh,
The Rangers-
okay.
yeah.
I was like, I don't feel comfortable around Sirio anymore.
Malthun.
Like, what?
This
Yeah.
suspiciously all human party.
Yeah.
And then, does that line of trees am I in it enough to provide any cover for this shot, or not quite?
I can give you
20%.
20% concealment. Yeah. I mean, he rolls, so he hits with a 23.
Okay.
So
So
I
that'll
can roll.
yeah, that'll hit unless he misses in concealment.
I'll roll the D100 in chat. So
Yeah.
if I roll 21 or higher, he hits you.
Yep.
56. So
Splits
He
right
does
through
hit
the
you.
trees, hits Aaidan
Yep.
in the head, and he dies.
he does not get sneak attack because you've already
No.
acted. I was about to
Clearly.
roll a D20 for damage. That would have been nice. So you take. It does not have a ton of damage on ranged. You take 4 points of damage.
The way I see it, this chips right into his armor and clinks off, but it obviously still does damage, but doesn't penetrate any
Yep.
skin or bleed. And he curses for his carelessness.
Moving on to the top of round 2, we have Jessup.
Alrighty then, I guess we're doing this. So, half movement, right?
As long as you're within the forest squares, half movement, yep.
So Jessup will go to try to get to Aaidan.
All right, so it'd be
So
10, 20, 30, 40, 50 feet of movement to get there.
So I'm gonna half move, but he's gonna like walk up to here, bump into some invisible unknown thing, kind of flavor fumble, and then go 5 feet over yonder. So I'll move half, and then
Gotcha.
second half I will move action. I guess it doesn't matter. We're going to do bardic performance. All right, guys, let's do better than this last time. Spy courage.
Yeah.
I'll be right here if you need me.
He inspires you with his warning not to do the same thing as last time. And all of you can put on Inspire Courage,
Yeah, boy.
which brings us back to Frampton, who is invisible, and on the plane of positive energy.
Yes.
That's horrifying.
You actually will die instantly if you go to the plane of
There's nothing
positive
positive about it.
energy. Yeah.
You don't
Yeah,
know
it's
anything
not
about
a
me.
nice place to be.
Maybe I can
Positively
survive.
bad.
You don't know.
No, you would die instantly.
No, you don't know that. Maybe
You don't
I'm
know
a
his
positive
backstory.
being.
Don't play his
You don't
character.
know my.
for him,
You don't know
John.
my backstory.
It's like the surface of the sun.
You know what? Don't worry about it. All right.
But no.
No. He's actually gonna double move to here.
Okay.
It is the positive plane.
So
I am positive plane.
Frampton begins moving his way up. I'm showing you as having 42 hit points. I don't know if you just haven't made it full or...
Listen, if you want me to make it full, I'll make it full, my guy.
You should make it full.
Full.
I didn't think that you'd taken any damage, so
I
wanted to...
appreciate it. Yeah. I don't know what that 6 points of damage was from, but here we are.
It was from being on the plane of positive energy.
Yeah.
Okay?
I only took 6 points. Okay, that's how powerful Frampton is. He's made of positive energy.
Let's just go right to the
radiates.
boss, okay?
Yeah, he radiates positive energy.
From Frampton, that brings us back down to Kieran.
All right, Kieran is going to cast Mirror Image on himself, and
Okay.
I now get 1d4 plus 2 images.
Oh, so you'll
free.
have... Oh.
Max. So there's 6 images and 1 Kieran, so a total of 7.
Seven.
That's 6 12 packs.
They just run out into the road and rip open their road. Bow before me.
Okay. So there are a total of 7 Kierans now. Do you want to move, or are you good?
Yes, my turn still goes.
I'm
So
loving it.
this is all difficult terrain until I get out of the trees, or
Yep,
is it
until
just
you get to these
completely...
open squares.
Okay, all right.
Any of
so
the
I
squares
will
that
do
have forest in them are difficult terrain.
10, 20, 30.
Yep. Okay.
All right, that will
So
be my
one move
turn.
action puts you right outside of the
Yes.
forest.
Correct.
Brings us to Forest Soldier Red over here. He's gonna 5-foot step over to this bit here, taking a little bit of cover from the wall, and he is going to fire off at. I think at the moment he's going to continue going after Sirio. Although there are 7 of you, he did just see 7 people step out onto the
Right.
trail. Like that's a
Right.
lot of people to have to worry about.
I like the image
so-
in Kingmaker where they're all like moving with you exactly, and it's kind of
Yeah.
like kind of wispy.
I think that's probably enough to have caught the attention away from the halfling there. So, one attack against you, Kieran.
I think he has this shot without having to worry about cover. That's probably close enough, right?
Oh yeah,
Fair.
he's good.
I give cover, invisible cover.
That is 17 on the die.
Oh yeah, that almost hits my AC without the modifiers.
So
have an
you
AC
will
of 18.
take.
No,
Nope.
roll at
Roll.
images.
I don't care. You take the damage anyways.
Roll a d7. A 1 is Kieran, right? Unless you want to change it up for some.
No, it's just for
a
simplicity.
1 is him.
All right.
5.
An
Right,
image.
So that goes down to 5 images, 1 Kieran.
Yep, and they do not have rapid shot, so just the one arrow comes out at you. Bringing us to Sirio. Sirio still can't hear anything, and at this point he realizes that he can't hear anything because there's stuff going on. So he's going to yell out and inform you, be like, whatever that stone was, I can't hear anything. And he's going to stay kind of along the forest, but he's going to move up a little bit now that he can see Kieran come out. He's not going to run away all the way and whatnot, so he's going to get a little bit farther forward, and he will take a shot at... Yeah, so he's got a better line of sight on the bottom one now, so he'll take a shot at that one. See if he rolls a third natural 1. Nope, natural 12, plus 11, so that is a 23 to hit, which is going to hit. So he deals... Max, he deals 8 points of damage to the Forest Prowler.
Not bad, Mr. Sirio.
Bad. He can do stuff. Brings us back to Aaidan.
All right. So I will go ahead and take a full round action, rapid shot and all. I will begin my attacks on the target that you should be able to see. Can you see?
Yep.
Got
the
line
one that
of
you
sight.
have line of sight on.
If I kill him, I will 5-foot step out of the glaive and attack this guy. Obviously, I'm assuming he'll get maybe 20 or 50% cover, depending. Right? That's fine.
Yeah, he'll have a boost to cover, but
Yep. Or yeah,
I'll
maybe
at least let you get the shot.
Maybe just a cover and not concealment. Who knows?
No, yeah, that would just be cover to AC. Yeah.
Yep. So I'll go ahead and do that. If yeah, that's what I'll do. If I don't kill him, I'll do something else.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attacks against the Forest Prowler, who has been shot and pummeled with a stone already.
I've got Rapid Shot, Favored Terrain, Many Shot, Inspire Courage, Favored Enemy.
Okay.
Here we go.
So attack
Some
number 1,
numbers.
the Many Shot, 33 to hit. That will hit, dealing 28 points of damage. He had 8 hit points left.
Oh, he's
He-
very dead.
Goes down to -20 as
5-foot step
he
in.
falls.
20% against his improved AC, and then a 34.
Yeah, so his AC with the cover, the 21 will miss. The 34 will still hit though. For another 12 points of damage to him. He had not been wounded until now. Okay. Not bad. That is Aaidan's turn as he fires off a number of arrows. Bringing us to the Prowler, who is dead. Top of round 3, we have Jessup again. Oh, I didn't even include... Oh, he doesn't get Inspire Courage because he can't hear. Okay, we're good.
I thought about that.
I was going to say, I didn't give Inspire Courage for Sirio. I was like, no, doesn't matter.
Nope. I was gonna say that, and I was like, nope, he can't. That would suck if you guys better not get thunderstoned, otherwise I'm worthless.
No, never.
Step out. Good job, my boy. Keep it up. And he will. So I'll drop my performance, so it'll linger for 2 rounds as well. And then I will repay the favor, Jerome. I mean, Josh.
Wrong game.
No, on purpose. And I will cast Ferocious.
Thank you. Thank you, Jessup. I will do my best.
Because I'm getting out of here.
Okay.
Finger guns.
That's a +2 morale bonus to attack, saves, and skills.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
Yep. And I don't think Favorite Enemy is morale.
No, that should...
Inspire Courage, I don't think is morale.
No, Inspire Courage is competence. Pretty sure.
Can't remember what Inspire Courage is because I always
can tell you.
think
Inspire
that it should
Courage.
be morale.
It's
but
competence.
Inspire Courage
isn't.
is competence.
Yeah, it's
'cause they-
competence.
Okay. Yep. So he casts Heroism on Aaidan,
Correct.
Next up, we have Frampton, who's still invisible.
Well, Frampton turned pale.
I'm out of here.
Are you within charge range?
I don't know. Can I charge?
Yeah.
I will allow you to charge if you make a DC 15 acrobatics check, since you're kind of going off the edge of, like, you're very close to the edge
Right.
of the bridge.
But if
So
you
we'll-
fail, you fall into the water.
If you fail, you die instantly.
Oh,
Probably.
DC 15's just I have to hit 15, right?
Yeah.
Yep, just a 15. I'm not going to make
Okay,
it a
well-
super hard check.
I have a 17, so just
Okay.
straight up.
I was saying he
So-
might even allow you a reflex
Jason's like,
save after.
Did I say 15? I meant 50.
So it's unfortunate that none of you can see him as Kieran. As Frampton begins to charge forward, cartwheeling end over end towards
He
this
worked.
enemy. But he's invisible, so nobody can see him. But he's going over there. So yeah, you can charge at him.
Cool.
I just see the bridge kind of just like warping a little bit
yeah, right.
as he's just kind of.
He technically goes to this square, right? Because it's closer.
Right.
Yeah,
Do I stop
you would
here?
you would
Yeah.
end up right there because
You-
that's the
you need to
closest square.
Crit his Achilles tendon.
Let's see that nat 20 for that.
So,
This is against his
rapier?
flat-footed AC, which is actually only one lower than his normal AC.
And no other bonus from invisible, right? Just flat-footed.
You get a +2 to hit when you are invisible.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
light flanking.
Yep.
So 26
20.
against his flat-footed.
26 against his flat-footed AC will hit. 13 points of damage plus whatever your sneak attack ends up being, which at this level I think is quite a lot.
Now, 4d6.
Ooh, that could add up.
46. So 13 plus
Yeah, that's gonna be 5.
18
Wow.
Oh, never mind. That was off.
for 31 points of damage. He had 32 hit points.
He's at 1 hit point?
He's at
Bleed.
1 hit
Give him a
point.
bleed effect.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Yeah, you do have.
Give him a bleed effect.
I say,
do.
yeah.
I do.
If
You
if
do have
bleed, he'll die.
debilitating strike and a bleed attack if you wanted to apply those.
Yeah, do it.
And then he would go down. Oh no, he would go to 0 on his turn.
No, because it's 1 for each die.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, so it would
That's
drop
one
him.
for each die. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think bleeding just happens. So that's not something
Bleeding
that
just
you...
happens. That's not
yeah.
part of the debilitating
Oh,
part.
neato.
And just so you
debilitating-
know, I think he takes the damage at the start of his turn, I believe.
Yeah, so he should
So
die.
he will go unconscious the moment his turn comes, I do believe.
Oh, that's
But you
pretty.
can still debilitate him just in case.
Yeah, that's pretty
It
anime
just
though.
says- It just says each round, so I'm not really sure.
It's at the top.
Each
Just-
round.
Yeah, it says this
Oh.
attack causes the target to take 1 additional point of damage each round for each die
Ah.
of the rogue's sneak attack. Bleeding creatures take that amount of damage every round at the start of each of their turns. So yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it said then there somewhere. So
So
it's going to go down at the start of his turn anyways.
Yeah,
But
Yeah. Do you want me to apply an injury to it?
doesn't
if he's
matter.
going- if he's going
It's not going to make a mechanical impact, I don't think.
So we'll
it.
just do hampered, which
Okay.
all target speeds are reduced by half.
It's pretty
Also,
anime.
you can't take a 5-foot step.
You kind of like run up and slash at the back of his shins and then come through and then you slice him with his sword and then he doesn't die right away and then a little bit of time passes and then on his turn like the blood splats
It's
everywhere.
impressive that he's doing slashing damage with his rapier too.
And then yeah, exactly.
Right? With a rapier. That's really impressive.
And then you
Nice.
take the rapier.
Frampton just turns around and waves because obviously they didn't know where he was at. So he's just like, "Hey guys, hey."
Yeah. You moving on to Kieran, you see Frampton just appear out of nowhere as he stabs this guy pretty much in the neck. The other dude is still standing for the moment, though. What would you like to do?
So Kieran smiles to himself, and under his breath, he goes, "Attaboy." And then he will. I guess we are like moving on up in here, so I will double move to get on the bridge.
Okay.
Fingers crossed! Don't you dare deploy this bridge while I'm standing on it. Don't you give me that
Falls, he
smiley
slapped-
face there. Don't
Yeah.
you do it.
Ready
Let
to
me do a
action.
thing real quick.
Excuse me?
I'll just disable devices.
Oh shoot, there's 2 of us on here.
Ah,
You
Do
didn't
we
think
know
about
that? We
did
knew
ya?
that from before, right?
yeah.
We remembered.
He's
except for Kieran.
technically. I mean, he's on it. I say he's on the ground.
Whoops.
So
Yeah, but remember it's really slow.
User error.
Not that one. Or
I
is it
would
this one?
like.
It is this one because I had to disable this one to keep it from. I had to do both, didn't I?
No, I think you only disabled the other one. I think this
Because
one.
they started to retract.
This one had fallen.
I
This one had
I
actually
to run
fallen.
and-
Yeah.
I had to run and like turn it off or whatever.
So they put it back up.
I would like both Frampton and Kieran to give me a will save.
A will save. Okay.
Interesting.
Oh my. That's not
Oh,
good.
no!
Oh my.
For those listening back on the podcast and who cannot see this train wreck, Kieran is on the bridge and has been asked to roll this will save, resulting in a natural 1 for a 7.
Is
Frampton,
this a charm or fear effect?
This is a mind affecting charm effect.
Well,
Right. We get +2 from Inspire Courage.
yes,
Matt, one
But
Not
a
gonna help
nat-
me,
does
but
it.
maybe Frampton. I'm
correct.
just
So it brings
pushing.
Frampton from a 12 to a 14, and the DM is smiling because he's benevolent, and the DC was 14.
Okay.
Be a weird DC.
So-
wouldn't it?
It's probably DC 15, and he's,
Yeah, I
he's
was
full
gonna
of
say, wouldn't that
himself.
be a weird one?
He's having fun.
As Frampton comes into view and Kieran crosses the bridge, you both hear noises coming from below in the water.
Oh.
And you can't help but glance down in the direction of the noise. You both see a very strange sight. It looks like the most majestic steed you have ever seen
In the water?
in the water. And you feel compelled to go to it.
I don't know. Frampton's not really a horse guy.
Yeah,
Dude, it's
it's-
Seems
It's
more
a
like an Aaidan
seahorse.
thing than a Frampton thing.
So, how this is going to work, it is currently Kieran's turn still, but he double moved to get there, correct?
Yes.
So we'll wait. Moving on, we have the Iron Fang Forest Soldier, Red. He takes 4 points of bleed damage, bringing him to -3, and he dies. After that, we have Sirio. Sirio doesn't see any threat at the moment, so he'll kind of move a little bit forward. He's not making a full movement up there, but he's making a little bit forward. He'll ready an action if he sees anything to throw another stone. That brings us to Aaidan.
nothing's happened yet, right?
Nothing's happened. They have given no indication of anything being wrong other than they're just looking into the water.
Hmm. We will move up with Sirio and go ahead and take a perception check to look for additional surrounding threats, see if he can hear anyone coming from the courtyard, or see if anybody from anywhere else might have noticed them.
Okay, roll a perception check.
That
This is gonna be fun.
is to notice goblins.
You hear movement in the fort. There's definitely other hobgoblins approaching, but they are not yet within sight. I'll move them down to where they are. They are 1 round away at the moment.
1 round.
So the ones up here are 1 round away. So I'll just move them a little bit closer. It is the bottom of round 3. They come in round 4. So they are basically. I'll put them right. I guess
Yeah.
here.
So he
'cause
knows
that's
that
where they
they're-
would be.
Yeah, they're close enough that we're gonna have to contend with them.
Yep.
Okay.
You do hear the sounds of splashing from the water, but you can't see anything from your angle.
Yeah.
So you know there's probably something down there, but you also know that it's 50 feet down, so they probably can't get to you. And chances are Kieran and Frampton are just looking at whatever is down there.
Are they in a trance?
You don't know. They're just at the moment they're just looking down there.
So he can't notice anything. Is there a spellcraft check to make or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay.
Supernatural effect.
All right. So then that's his turn. One move, and then the standard to get a real sense of his surroundings and figure out how he wants to approach. And he'll relay to the party that there's more coming. They're not far away.
Okay. Top of round 4, we have Jessup. I will wake up the blue guys, see where they come up in the initiative. Okay.
So I will have Jessup emerge. That's 10. Yeah, I'll just move out of the woods behind Aaidan to wait. Ah, there's more coming. We gotta hurry up. You guys, hurry, get across the bridge. Remember, it almost collapsed last time. Oh, it did collapse.
Okay.
So I guess I will once one move action out and then ready an action once everybody gets across the bridge. Then Jessup will run. I don't think I'll have enough movement, but that's what I'll plan to do.
Okay. Yep.
So I
That
guess I
brings
can
us-
probably move a little bit more closer. So I'll just go right behind Aaidan.
That brings us back to Frampton. Frampton, you see this magnificent, valuable steed in the water below you. It's a strange sight, but you feel compelled to go to it. You step 10 feet forward onto the edge of the bridge. I need you to make me a second will save to avoid jumping
Oh.
into the water.
Is that another compulsion or?
It's the same effect, another charm effect.
So he would get +2 to that.
Okay. So, rolling better this time, 14 on the die with the bonus to charm. It's a total of a 19. You're just about to dive into the water below to go to this steed, which I will mark on the map now.
That doesn't look magnificent to me. That looks terrifying.
Yeah, well,
That's,
you know.
it's half a horse.
Oh.
That's definitely Sister's horse.
Ugh. Yeah.
Yikes.
So you're just about to dive into the water towards this creature, but you are able to hold on to just enough of your faculties to realize how dangerous that would be, and you break yourself of the effect, and you find yourself on the edge of the bridge looking straight down, like centimeters away from a drop. And you still have some movement. You would have had to move a little bit to get there, so you have 20 feet of movement and then another action left. You have broken free of the effect.
Just sneak up here.
So you move back into the fort.
Yeah, which side was the mechanism on?
The lever is down on this side. If you look in that direction, it does not look like it has been dropped.
Okay, so actually I just want to stand near it though.
Okay.
So I would move
Yep.
to that side.
It doesn't look like the bridge is in any danger of dropping. They did not pull it down. They just went to the attack. That is Frampton's turn. We now go to the first of the blues, which is the Prowler.
Is that the same initiative as Frampton? Because we were
Well,
tied for initiative.
Yeah, so I have 5 creatures that rolled the same initiative.
Holy cow.
But some of them had +7.
Okay. All right. Just making sure. You're fine.
So it is the same initiative, but
Okay.
I've been modifying everybody to different initiative numbers depending on what their bonuses were. So it is the blue's turn. And he is going to move up and then take one shot at Frampton. This is the Forest Prowler. You've already acted, so he does not get sneak attack. So just one shot. He's not within point blank shot range, I don't think. So probably not. That's only a 15 to hit.
No.
So he fires at you, and you just dodge out of the way. And the arrow embeds into the wall behind you. That is his turn. We now come to the creatures in the water's turns. They've already done their thing. So they aren't going to be bothering with anything else at the moment, I don't think. They're still waiting to see if their prey will fall for the trap. Which does bring us to Kieran. Kieran, you see on the other side of the bridge another steed, and you feel compelled to move towards it. You get to the edge of the bridge, and you're about to dive in. I need you to roll me a second will save. Still a mind-affecting charm effect.
Nice.
Holy crap.
Nice.
He was nervous.
Is that including the bonus?
It does not include the bonus.
Okay,
So,
so
19.
Another 19. Okay.
Jason's
come
like,
to
this is
the-
crap.
You come to the edge of the bridge. You're just about to dive in, but just like with Frampton, your instincts, your survival instincts, break you of this illusion before you are able to leap off 50 feet down into the water. You still have most of your movement left. That was only a 5-foot step, I believe, to get there.
Okay. He's gonna turn to the others and he's gonna say, "Be careful, there's something down there. I don't know what it is, but it's trying to get me to jump."
Does Frampton or Kieran, either of you have knowledge nature?
No.
Don't think so.
Okay.
Nope.
You don't know what the creature is then.
Can I roll
Well,
something?
you said it was a magnificent steed, so I think I should be able to roll nobility.
No.
The noble creature.
It's a noble animal.
Based on the Watcher Lure style call, can I roll any kind of check if he's heard something? He's got to see it. Or
I'm going to say, like, you... Because the lure it's just a visual thing, like a mental thing, so... Like, just knowing that it's a lure, like, that could be a lot of things.
It could be a siren. It could be like a billion.
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
Yeah.
So I'd say you'd have to be able to at least see it in order to identify what it is.
Okay.
So that was 5 feet to get there?
Yeah, you have another 25 feet left. And then another action if you wanted to double move or do something else.
Okay, alright, that's what I was curious about. So I'll use my move action to get there, and then... Standard action. I see in my head I was planning this whole thematic thing for jumping off the bridge, so I wasn't actually anticipating that I would get away from that.
If you identify what it is, I'll tell you the ability, and it's a doozy.
I'm going to... Oh. Can I change my movement? Hold on.
Oh,
Can I...
Nope, you're stuck.
Wait, let me see. Sorry. So I started here, so I'd have 25.
Yes.
Can I... Oh, goodness. I'm sorry.
The first
5.
diagonal will be a 10-foot because you diagonally 5-foot stepped the first square.
10, 15... 1...
Yeah, so it would be 5, 15, and then wherever you want to go.
20, 25. So I probably, because if I want to get adjacent to Frampton, I have to either stop here or here, right? I can't make it to here.
Sure you could. Why not?
No, you can get there.
I can?
Can you see my arrow right now?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you can get there.
Okay. All right. Whatever. So I will get there. I can't pull a wand while I'm moving, right?
I believe wands
You can. They're a
do
weapon like.
fall under the weapon-like. So you could pull it as part of a move action.
Okay. So I'm going to pull out the wand of magic weapon and cast it on Frampton's offhand rapier.
Right. Okay.
The one that's not masterwork.
Right.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
now you will get a...
point of order in case we haven't changed that. The offhand dagger, the offhand rapier does have to be normal because masterwork takes really long to build.
Yep.
So
So you will get a +1 to attack and damage on that
Nice.
rapier.
yep. So it's effectively a +1 rapier.
Right. It'll be the same as my other one, so I'll just
Yep.
click my other
Yep.
one.
They're both pretty much the same for as long as the spell lasts. Yep.
So
Got it.
that's my turn.
Okay.
And that
Well,
is
then-
just the base, so I think that only lasts for a minute, so 10 rounds. Because
Okay.
magic weapon is just a first level spell, so 1 minute per level, so it'll just be 1 minute, 10 rounds.
After Kieran, that brings us to the next forest soldier, who's going to move to be adjacent to the catapult, get a little bit of cover there, and he's going to fire around the corner at Kieran. Might be close. That's a 19 total.
Yeah, my AC is 18, so that will
Yep.
hit.
He doesn't have point blank shot or anything like that, so it's just 19.
But you can roll a d6 now.
6. Roll 1d6. 5. So another image goes away and the arrow hits Frampton in the head.
Yes.
Ouch. Sorry, buddy.
Effectively killing him. He forgets how to do the worm. His life is over.
Suffers short-term memory loss.
Yep.
Sirio is next. He will try to double move. Get that far.
Can
Actually,
he
I
not
think-
run because they're in his way?
Apologies. I think actually he can get that far. His movement is 15 feet.
Well, to be fair, he's missing a leg.
Yep.
That
The
was
missing
very
leg reduces his speed by 5 feet.
All
Yeah,
the
so
same.
if he uses a wooden crutch or his sling staff to assist movement, his speed goes to 15 feet. Yeah, so that's his movement there.
All the same, he can't run through.
He's not going to run. He doesn't want to lose his dex bonus to AC. So he's not going to run in.
Hmm.
Bottom of round 4, we have Aaidan,
Can I run?
if you want to. I don't think run worries about enemies or allies being in this space.
I don't think so. So you can't run through anything that would hamper movement, but they don't
Right.
technically, but they do when you charge.
Yeah, so I think you're fine because they don't hamper normal movement. Charge specifically says you can't, but if run doesn't specifically say you can't go through allies, then I think we're good.
And the sad part is my AC would go down 3, which is pretty bad. And I can't charge through those squares, right?
You definitely cannot charge through them, no.
That's too bad. Yeah. We'll go ahead and run to the front.
So you run across the bridge, get onto the other side. That is a full round action, I believe.
Yep.
Brings us to the top of round 5. And the only one still fully on the other side, Jessup. You did, I guess, ready in action before.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. Oh.
You can choose to change your initiative or just stay where you're at the top of the round into a full round now.
Yeah, wait. So I'll move up to the edge of the bridge to wait for them to kind of disperse. And then, so I'll just do move action, second move action. I will start back up my Inspire Courage performance.
Inspire Courage continues.
All right, guys,
Brings-
we're into the thick of it now.
Brings us back to Frampton. You are visible. You have not jumped off the bridge. You have 2 magical weapons and 2 enemies firing arrows at you. But you are standing next to the lever, so you could collapse the bridge if you wanted.
And I can't. I can't charge this guy now, right?
Correct. Yeah, you have allies next to you, so you can't charge anybody.
You could delay, though, for Aaidan to move.
You could delay, but Aaidan is the last in the initiative
Right.
order.
Right. So functionally the same as just not
Crap.
Frampton will just double move up to the guy.
Okay.
Well, can I get there? Let me see.
You could probably double move to any of the
Yeah.
ones you want.
Yeah, so I'll go there.
You might
Okay.
even be able to double move.
I was gonna actually, yeah. Can I? Hang on. I want to see this if I could double move to the other side of the guy. Yeah, I could get there.
Well, you can't occupy the squares that the catapult's in. You could get to this one.
Yeah, we'll do that one.
So you double move right beside the one guy there. It's now his turn. The
Good
Prowler's turn.
Does he have quick draw?
He's going to free action drop his
Ah!
bow. Because he does not have... Yeah, he does not have quick draw. Free action drops his bow. Move action pulls out a longsword and will swing at you. He's not going to power attack because he doesn't know how hard you are to hit in melee.
Pulling out his weapon doesn't provoke?
Nope, sheathing does, but
Sheathing
drawing does not.
Ah.
One attack against you with a longsword.
Ye-
It's only going to be an 8 to hit. It's not going to do it. Rolled very, very bad. So he swings at you. You dodge out of the way once more. And he will 5-foot step because he is smart.
Is he?
Both of the creatures down in the water just kind of swim around. Brings us to Kieran.
All right, I am going to move action and put the wand away,
Cool.
and then move action, get here, and draw my glaive as I'm moving.
Okay.
And that will be my turn.
That brings us to the forest soldier up here. The only target that he has a clean line of sight on is Aaidan, and he doesn't want to leave his cover at the moment, so he's just going to fire off at Aaidan. So one longbow shot. This one does not have point blank shot, unfortunately. So this is going to be a... Ooh, that's a hit, though. That's a 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
You take 8 points of damage as an arrow hits you in the side. Doesn't go too deep through your armor, but it does pierce the skin a little bit. That is his turn. He's going to stay where he's at because he's still got cover from his angle, so he's cool. Actually, no, he will ready a move action. Next is Sirio's turn. Sirio's going to move up 20 feet. He's going to take one sling shot at the guy down here that he can see, the Prowler.
Did he have to pass a will save? Maybe I missed that.
He did not.
Oh.
Neither did Aaidan.
Who didn't have to?
Sirio.
Well, he was deaf anyway, right?
Yeah. but
It's not a auditory effect.
Brain thing.
I'm assuming it's once a day then.
Oh.
One, each of them did it to.
You don't know. Aaidan
Huh?
didn't slow down enough to make a roll.
Well, I ain't gonna stop to look either.
I assumed it was like a siren. You know how you like hear music that compels you to like draws you to it?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Could have rolled a knowledge check, but Aaidan ran across.
They're Rick rolling us from the water.
So, yeah,
Suspect.
he will fire off at that guy. I believe he is still not within 30 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20. Also, he has to be here because he has 15-foot movement speed. Definitely not within 30 feet. But a 21 will still hit his target, dealing minimum this time. Maximum first time, minimum this time. So 3 points of damage to blue. Okay. Bottom of round 5, we have Aaidan.
we are going to full round attack that guy who has left himself so open.
Okay.
So free.
This dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, get him. Get him. Does Aaidan have a last name?
Yes. Do I remember it at the moment?
I'm like, is it a secret?
No.
Can I know his last name?
No. Brandon said it, and I just forgot what he
Jessup,
said.
what's your last name?
For the sake of internal consistency, I am choosing not to say it right now.
Elfin?
Yeah, I think
Elfin?
it was Elfin or
Oh,
Olfin.
by the way, that is a made-up last name for Jessup.
Huh.
Like, that's
Nice.
not really Jessup's last name. That was the last name Jessup gave himself. So you could still be Smith if you'd like, or you could be Aaidan.
Ooh, I like it. Aaidan. It's like
Aaidan,
Mario,
Aaidan.
Mario.
22, 21, 24.
Okay. Against the Forest Prowler, no bonuses or anything like that. All 3 of those will hit. So the
Dealing-
many shot will deal 18, which brings him down to 10 hit points, and then another 16, which brings him to -6.
Okay. Then in that case, I'm going to spend the move action to.
Okay.
Get
So, question.
Yeah?
You only get many shot on the full round action. So can you still stop midway, even though
Oh.
you did a mini shot?
there. That's a good
I
question.
don't know how that works exactly.
You can 5-foot move if you'd like.
For the sake of consistency, if you would like, maybe I can 5-foot step here and take some shots from there.
Yeah, you can take shots. He'll just have cover again.
Yeah, and then maybe does the
So-
21.
Like before, the 21 will miss, but the 24 will hit.
That's fine.
So another 12 damage. And we can look that up later. It's just that many
Yeah.
shot only works when you do the full attack.
Right.
So I don't know exactly how that interaction works.
I don't know either.
Because normally you can just stop midway, but when something
My
requires you
my
to do
bet
a
is that
full
you have to
attack, it's-
commit to the full attack. Is my bet.
Okay,
But
yeah. We'll go with that for now, and
yeah,
if for any reason we see some reason
to
to
change
not do
it.
it that way, we'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, one of those other arrows does hit the blue up there, dealing 12 points of damage. Now back to the top of the 6th round, we have Jessup again. Still on the other side of the bridge.
Jessup will drop performance,
'Kay.
but it will linger for 2, and he will double move, I guess. So he'll get to here in front of Aaidan.
Okay.
And then he has 10 more feet to move, but he's just kind of surveying the surroundings, seeing the enemy up here. He will attempt just to move
Okay.
down to here for his
If
last
you-
10 feet.
If you'd like, because you didn't like run, you just did a movement across the bridge, you can roll a knowledge nature on the creatures down below if you would like.
Sure, if that's not going to screw me over.
No, yep. I didn't give it to Aaidan because he mechanically ran, but since you're just doing a double move, I'll allow you to, out of the corner of your eye, take a look at them, see if you can get a quick idea of what they are. Quick.
Sure. And nature?
Knowledge nature, yes.
Why not? Just assuming I kind of did a quick run, not run, but flavor run. I'm just going to take a 10, so I would just give it a 19.
19. 19 is enough to identify the creature and get one piece of information.
Sure,
These-
what was that ability?
Yep. So these creatures are medium fey by the name of Kelpies, which are a fairly iconic mythological creature, Kelpies. Let me look up some of the flavor text on the
They
Kelpie
sound
for you.
adorable.
Yeah, so Kelpies are, well, their description is this hideous humanoid creature has slimy, transparent skin, webbed humanoid hands, and a snaggle-toothed, horse-like face. The other description is a Kelpie is a deadly, shape-changing predator that, in its natural form, appears as a hideous combination
Charging battery.
of an emaciated horse and sickly humanoid with slimy, transparent skin and long, stringy hair. Its face is long and equine, with a mouth filled with jagged teeth. Few, however, ever see a Kelpie in its true form. The tokens you're seeing is the true form. It's not what they look like at the moment, but... For Kelpies, almost always encounter other creatures while in disguise as a humanoid, horse, or hippocampus, reverting to their true form only after their targets have drowned, so that they can feast on their victims, leaving behind only the heart and liver. So, the ability specifically is known as Captivating Lure. It's a supernatural ability that Kelpies have. Once per day, a Kelpie can use a powerful mental attack to lure in a single creature within 60 feet. The target must make a DC 16 will saving throw or become captivated by the Kelpie, thinking it is a desirable woman in mortal danger, or, if in hippocampus or horse form, a valuable steed. The victim under the effects of the captivating lure moves towards the Kelpie using the most direct means available. If the path leads into a dangerous area, such as through fire or off a cliff, that creature receives a second saving throw to end the effect before moving into peril. The victim does not consider water a dangerous area and will enter the water even if it cannot swim or breathe. A captivated creature can take no actions other than to move towards the Kelpie and defend itself, even if it is drowning. A victim within 5 feet of a Kelpie simply stands and offers no resistance to its attacks. This effect continues as long as the Kelpie is alive and the victim is within 1 mile of the Kelpie.
Wow. That would have been bad.
Within 1 mile?
Yeah.
So
I went back and forth on
save
this.
throw fails would suck.
Yeah. I went back and forth on this. You're going off a cliff, but you're going into water. So it was like, do you get the second saving throw? Do you not? I decided to rule in favor of going off of a cliff, so you get the second saving throw. But if this was just like on the shore, you would just walk into the water and voluntarily drown yourself as it ate you.
And stand there while it ate you.
Yeah.
And
Or if you had jumped off the bridge just now, you would have just allowed yourself to drown and they would have eaten you. Unless your allies somehow stopped that from happening, of course.
Yeah. So I think that is pretty on par, though. Despite how much we sometimes complain about coup de grace in combat, the whole point is that it's supposed to be 2 dice rolls before permadeath. You're supposed to have 2 chances to avoid the situation. The first initial health, right? Either that takes you negative or not, and then after, you're supposed to roll a save. Most death effects at most levels work that way. Until higher level, in which case they don't.
So, that is what you learn of the creatures in the water there. And that was Jessup's double move and his free action knowledge check.
So Jessup will... So he would kind of run across, quickly look, then take his other movement and get across and stop. He'll kind of go look Kieran quick and... Oh, well, good thing you didn't jump off of the bridge there. That horse thing would have eaten you. You would have let it happen. Awkward. That's his turn.
Yeah. And after that, it is Frampton.
Frampton. Things. I guess. Don't double move over here. Do I have to do anything to get past this, or can I just...
Nope, you can move just due north and then turn and go over there.
You just moonwalk through?
Yeah.
I love how you didn't start out being a dancer, but you're totally a dancer now.
I'm a dancer now. That's official canon.
That's how you cope with stress.
It is. Frampton's really stressful situations, he just starts dancing.
So, that is Frampton's turn, moving down to the Kelpies. They will, not seeing anything within range, and they can only use that ability once per day, they will swim down and move into the cave down there.
Oh!
Is that what was in the cave?
Oh, some Kelpies.
Aaidan, are you okay?
And
Are you
out of
Aaidan,
sight.
Are you okay? Are you okay? Hi.
No. But it's... Sarah gets it.
I don't get it.
It's Annie, are you okay? From
From Michael
Smooth
Jackson.
Criminal, Michael Jackson,
Yeah.
because he did
Michael
the moonwalk.
Yeah,
No,
does the moonwalk.
instead of Annie,
No.
Oh, I don't know that song.
Instead of Annie, it's
Stop!
okay.
Stop! Everyone
Hammer
stop.
time.
You know Hammer
No,
Time,
that's
but
not-
you don't know Smooth
But
Criminal.
that's Hammer time. I've
You
heard-
really don't know "Smooth Criminal"
I've
by
heard
Michael
clips
Jackson?
of it, but I don't know the words.
You
to
log
it.
off right now and go listen to Michael
Sarah-
Jackson.
How I don't mean this the way it's gonna sound, but how have you
Right
not
now.
listened to Michael Jackson's entire discography? Like, how are you not at the very least know his top greatest hits?
He's the number
Well-
one musician of all time. Like, what are you doing?
The music I listen to doesn't have words.
Yeah, she doesn't like word music.
I like soundtracks and movie scores. I don't listen to word music. It's distracting.
That
Filthy
opinion
word
aside,
music.
you should know Smooth Criminal.
Oh,
Oh, Justin
he's
literally
gone.
just logged off Discord. He gone.
I'm
You have no right to log off after
This-
the picture that
no.
you put in Discord.
This
You
is
have no
worse than
I don't know because completely off topic, but Jason enjoys Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts, and Sarah doesn't know any Michael Jackson. I'm not sure.
this is actually worse, Justin, than when in our other RPG group, the one guy was saying that the Beatles were trash. This is worse than
Right?
that.
This is worse than
This
that.
is worse than that. And that I already got pretty heated about.
Let's rewind. I'm having a moment of recollection. My mom actually did make me listen to Smooth Criminal, but that was one time, and I would not remember the words to it at all. So, she made me watch the music video even. So,
Now I hope we die.
Well, that is
Frampton just sheathes his weapons and stands there and lets the guy just
Yeah.
kill
A
him.
dragon
Kill me.
swoops down from above and he says, "You do not know, smooth criminal."
Whoa, and breath
Breath
attacks
weapon. Yeah,
everyone.
breath attacks everybody.
Yeah,
Yep.
the three of us get a circumstance bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Kieran, it's your turn.
I don't even know if it's worth moving over there, to be honest.
No surprise you don't know.
You know what? You know what, Justin?
Your ignorance is excessive, you
I
know.
don't need to take this from you. Fine, I'm not going to flank with you.
We had a
How
big opportunity.
dare you?
I
Wait.
was going to flank and then Aaidan killed the guy, which is fine,
Right,
but
same. I was like,
just saying. I was
all
setting
I've
it
done
up.
is all I've done is double move this entire.
I know, and that's the
combat.
thing is, I almost guarantee I'm gonna double move to get here, and,
And
then
I'm gonna go
just gonna
mini
kill
shot.
him.
and he's dead. Like, come on. Not
know
that I'm
what?
upset about
Don't-
that. I'm not. I'm not criticizing that. It's fantastic, but
Don't come crying to us when you're out of arrows. Just saying.
I understand the situation.
you've been hit by a smooth Frampton.
Anyway, that's my turn. Double move to get into flanking for the moment.
1 second.
Uh-oh. He's doing something. Da 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 da. That's what I'm hearing in
You
my
wouldn't.
head.
You wouldn't get it. You haven't listened to the song. You wouldn't get it. Okay. That is Kieran's turn. It is now the soldier's turn. He is now flanked. He does not like being flanked.
He does not
Um,
like it. Watch and observe as he chooses
He
a
throws
smarter
down his
action.
weapon and surrenders.
Yeah.
He will throw down his longsword, and then he will pull out a
Didn't he have a-
battle
Trumpet.
axe.
Oh, he didn't have a bow to begin with?
No, he had a bow. He just threw it down.
So he
Oh.
throws down his bow.
You said longsword.
You said longsword, then throws
I
down a
meant
long.
longbow. I meant
Pulls out
longbow.
the longsword, throws it down.
I was just
No,
curious.
Weird intimidation thing, like throws down the
Yeah.
battle axe, pulls out a flail.
It's
Like-
just kind of, he takes out his sword, drops it. I don't even need that to beat
Yeah.
you.
And
Like,
he
pulls
just
it-
grapples you with his bare hand.
Aggressively pulls out like larger weapons and tells you how he doesn't need them to defeat you.
He just pulls out his Zweihander and he's like, no.
Yeah.
I don't need
Flam-
this.
Flamberg or whatever it's called, like the
Yeah.
two-handed sword. Don't need this.
No, I meant he drops his long bow and then
Yes.
pulls out a battle axe.
That makes
Yep.
way more sense. Wow.
I was like, why did he trade out a longsword for a battle axe? It's like maybe a better critical. I don't know.
He will swing at Frampton.
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 Frampton, did you tell,
No, I roll very
Kieran doesn't know
poorly
Smooth
against
Criminal?
Frampton.
Because I'm a smooth criminal.
I roll very poorly against Frampton, it seems. That's only a 13 to hit. So it's not going to hit. And then he will... Yeah, he can't really do anything. I mean, realistically, he would just move action. He would 5-foot step. Whoops. Whoops.
Whoa,
Whoops.
whoa.
What
He
is
would
happening?
5-foot step over there. But I don't think he'll do that at the moment. Brings us to Sirio. Sirio doesn't want to get in anyone's way. He realizes that the bow would do more damage than him, so he's just going to move action, get into the area a little bit, open up the space. Brings us to Aaidan.
So I forget the rule. You can or can't charge through a medium-sized corpse.
You can't. I think charge specifically says you can't go through like anything. Like you need a clear path. But I can look up the specifics of charge here.
If you don't
I
mind.
mean, I'm sure there's a feat for that. So
I think you can go through a corpse. Haven't we done that in the past?
I
Where you
think
can
it's
go over a corpse?
large. I think it's large corpses become difficult terrain, and
You must have a clear path towards the opponent, and nothing can hinder your movement, such as difficult terrain or obstacles.
right. And I think that we determined that medium people are not obstacles, but large things are obstacles.
Okay, if any line from your starting space to an ending space passes through a square that blocks movement, slows movement, or contains a creature, even an ally, you can't charge. I would interpret that as a creature counting as a dead body, so even if it's not difficult terrain, it specifically says contains a creature.
Okay.
Well, I would say you still can't charge.
I think even technically, he's not actually dead yet. I don't believe at this point. By this point,
No. Technically he's dying. That's
Right.
correct.
Also
but he's
true.
still alive.
Right. Okay. Too bad I don't have a reach weapon.
Yeah,
Bow.
you're
Yeah.
worthless.
I'm going to.
Ooh,
You can't.
It's
move
worked
with
out.
your sword.
Yeah, but I am actually trying to conserve my arrows. So I'm going to move there because the enemy already acted, right?
Just use those Dragon's Bane arrows that you've got.
So I'll move
Scalp.
there.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, obviously quick stow, quick draw.
Damn.
What's your movement? Is it not 30?
It's 20 because I have
Okay.
medium armory.
So you double move up into position to be also attacking this individual. That brings us in the initiative to top of round 7. We have Jessup.
So second round of lingering. And let's see. Guess Jessup will move up here just in case that Yahoo starts trying to move away.
Okay.
He'll pull out his whip. Why not? Yeah. Double move.
Okay.
I'll block him
Next
off
we
up
have
here.
Frampton, who is flanking his target.
Yay!
Yay!
Show me that nat 20.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
Do you have the
That's not with
flanking buff
flanking
in there?
added. No, that's not with flanking.
So an
Is
18.
Inspire Courage added?
it does have Inspire Courage added.
Okay, so 18 and 15 to hit. The 18 will just hit your target. The 15 will miss.
Yay!
So you do the 12 and your sneak attack.
Yee.
Nice.
You could do it depending on if you roll really well.
Helps if I spell roll right.
Man.
15.
Another good one. Another good roll.
He's still up, but he is severely wounded.
He is bleeding.
You
So
can
Kieran distracted him by unbuttoning his shirt just enough.
Just
that
a
his
little
friends would
bit.
Come in behind.
Just a
Just a
little
little
bit.
bit. Just a little.
Yeah, he's flanked by a dancer and a like sort of stripper. It's weird.
A
doesn't-
tasteful stripper.
He doesn't like it.
Tasteful. Tasteful.
He doesn't know how he feels about it, but he thinks he doesn't like it.
He doesn't
he
know.
definitely shouldn't like it. It's
So
not
we're
to
gonna
be
do
liked.
hampered again.
Okay, hampered.
Half
Good to
movement,
know.
no 5 foot steps.
Okay, and he is bleeding. After your turn, it is Kieran.
Okay. Kieran will also try to attack with his glaive.
Okay.
And we still have Inspire Courage, correct?
Yes.
I believe so, yeah. You are
Okay.
flanking, you have Inspire Courage.
an 18 with all of the buffs in.
And 18 will exactly hit your target. For 17 points of damage, he had 5 hit points.
Nice.
So he goes down to minus 12.
He would have been up by 1 for his next
He would have been
round.
alive by 1
Oh,
if she hadn't hit him,
man.
yeah.
Yikes.
Okay.
Yowzers.
That is Kieran's turn. Sirio will begin to follow a little bit after Jessup. Actually, no, he will move. Where was he? Right here, I think. Something like that. He will move. He will begin to move around the corner here. He wants to check the other side, this building's doorway. He wants line of sight on any openings he can get his eyes on.
Is he familiar with this fort?
He has never been to this fort.
Okay.
Of course he hasn't.
You're more
He's
familiar.
He's been to La Trevalay.
Oh,
No.
Le Fort
Oh,
Trevalay.
Yeah,
La
Le
Fort.
Le Fort
Le Fort
Trevalay.
Trevalay. Yeah.
Le Fort Trevalay.
Where are the hobgoblins? Speak l'anglais.
They are very sophisticated.
It smells like fresh baguettes.
Bottom of round 7, we move to Aaidan.
We'll go ahead, and I think I can. Yeah, we'll double move to that corner and look down the courtyard. Give a quick listen. Penalties for the perception check because he's not spending a standard action to do it. It's just a glance, you know. But if you don't mind,
Roll your perception. I'll figure things out on my end.
Hope we don't see the rocks. Weren't they here? The rocks?
Yeah,
You
but we
killed all 3 of the rocks.
yeah, they're
Did
dead.
we?
Yeah, they're
Oh,
dead.
excellent.
That-
Go
yep.
us.
Go us.
Go
And
us.
that's with the favored enemy bonus in there.
I was going
you-
to say, you don't even know that song, Sarah.
I do know Queen. Okay, shut up.
All right, okay. We'll give her a point for that. Let her have something.
I could probably sing the entirety of Bohemian Rhapsody, okay? So, there.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
Aaidan, you look down the courtyard and you don't see any other hobgoblins in line of sight. I'll just quickly describe the courtyard here. This large courtyard contains a pair of partially constructed trebuchets to the southwest and a stone well to the northeast. A wide, tall tower to the northeast dominates the courtyard. To the northwest, 2 low buildings flank what appears to be, as you saw when you were scouting around, an overgrown garden that's over here. A building to the southwest emits a rank animal smell. That would be, I believe, this one down here, the one you haven't really looked at all. A rank animal smell, and a double door provides access to the large building. And then you have the large building right next to you that also has a double door just above where you're standing. And then wooden bridges exit on 3 areas, but the one in the corner of it over here has been rolled up, the one that had been trapped. You don't see any hobgoblins at the moment. There's a metal bucket in the well, if that helps. Yeah.
Okay. No enemies as of
Okay.
right now.
Not at the moment. Doesn't look like it. No. Anything else you'd like to do, or was that a double move?
That was a double move. That's why I said I
Right.
couldn't spend the standard
Right.
action to even get a proper check. It was just a quick
Right.
glance.
Uh-huh. Okay. So, moving on to the top. Oh wait, yeah, the top of round 8. We have Jessup.
Jessup will 5-foot step, kind of put his back up against the wall so nobody can see him. And Aaidan, let me know if somebody's coming. And then he will ready action to then start up his performance. So at this point in time, there is no Inspire Courage.
That brings us
Yeah.
to Frampton.
Gives a very aggressive affirmative grunt.
Who, mine?
Aaidan does, yeah.
What's it sound like?
Frampton will move over here.
Grunting in character is kind of hard, isn't it?
That was not.
That was the aggressive.
What was that?
I had
That
to
was
get
the most least
I had to get the whiny in there.
Oh, fair enough. That's more inquisitive, if anything.
Like I said, grunting in character's pretty hard.
Let me know if you see anything.
Voice actors have skills and talents
You could have been like,
that they've taken to develop, believe it or not.
Okay.
Most aggressive assertive grunt. Oh man.
That takes us to Kieran.
oh, you betcha. Oh, you betcha.
Oh, you betcha.
Oh, you betcha.
Kieran will move here. And I guess ready to finish his movement if both Aaidan and Jessup move up on their turn.
Okay.
So he'll kind of just follow behind them.
Okay. That brings us to Sirio. He is going to continue his plan. He wants to get just about there so he can get line of sight on a couple of the entry points to this courtyard. Aaidan, back to you.
He'll shout out, I can watch the courtyard down here. Check the rooms and make sure there's no one there. And then, I guess we're still in combat, so he can technically ready. But if we're dropping out of initiative, he will prepare to roll it as soon as he sees the target. Since ready is a combat-only action, I'll leave that to your discretion.
Yeah. If you see any enemies, aggro them all.
Yeah, so at this moment, we can drop out of initiative for the time being. You don't see anyone at this moment.
Yeah, so he'll have his bow out, and it'll be trained down this position. While the rest of the party, he'll kind of point and direct to investigate and clear each of these two buildings.
Yep, so who's going where? What are you doing? Frampton's by one door. I don't know if he's going in there right now, or are you waiting for the others to come to you, or
perception near the door?
Okay. So Frampton, we'll do that once I know what everybody's doing. So Frampton's going to go up to that door, roll perception. What are the other three doing?
Kieran would come over to provide backup for Frampton.
Okay.
He'll actually stand behind to give him space to set off the trap first.
To be able to glaive him in the back.
Yeah.
As he opens the door.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then he'll whisper, I was Mothuni the whole time.
And Frampton will go,
Coup de grace
I
him in the
wouldn't
back.
have cared.
I wouldn't have
If you were
cared.
Molthuni, you should have taken out Aaidan.
Yeah, right. Like, why did you kill me?
Frampton whispers, I also was Mothuni the whole time, and Kieran's like, no!
Why does everyone betray me?
Because it's fun.
Okay, so both of you are going over to that door. Aaidan, what are you doing? Are you staying where you're at looking, or are you going to a different
keep
building? Are you
looking.
backing them up?
But if nothing makes its presence known after a period of time, he will begin moving at quarter speed across the courtyard, still with the bow, watching corners, looking at each different place, taking perception checks the whole way.
Making random hand movements that
he
none of
walks-
us understand.
He walks like the brides go down the aisle where they step forward, bring the other foot, step forward, bring the other foot.
No, it is more like a slow and deliberate sideways stride as he,
Like a SWAT team.
like a SWAT
No,
team.
he's clearly goose stepping.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah, no, not like a trained soldier or a guy like a SWAT team member. No, none of those things.
Nope.
Like a
Goose
bride.
stepping.
Yep.
Like
Like
a
it's
bride
his
or a goose step.
like it's his
Yeah,
wedding
he's
day
lighting up.
and he's being handed off. Yep.
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 Okay. So we will start doing some of these rolls now because it looks like Brandon's off for a little bit. So Frampton, go ahead and roll your perception. 23. We'll throw in the 24 to try to the +4 for Canny Observer hearing details. You don't hear a lot going on in the room, other than maybe a little crackling noise, maybe like a smoldering fire of some sort.
A warm hearth.
But other than that, you don't hear a whole lot. Aaidan
As
rolling.
Aaidan scans across the 3 rounds it takes
Yep.
him to get over there.
Yep, Aaidan rolling your perception checks on the courtyard, the general area.
Guy
You
got
don't.
a 1 and still got a 20. Like, rolled a nat 1 and still got a 20.
Yeah, I have a plus 19.
Good gosh.
It's to notice hobgoblins. I hate them hobgoblins.
I hate him.
I'll kill them on sight. I don't care.
Sorry, not to interrupt. Just, yeah.
Going over to Aaidan, you rolling your perception checks. You don't see or hear anybody in the courtyard. It seems fairly quiet.
Would you say too quiet? If I were Harrison Ford, would I say I've got a bad feeling about this?
Going over to, I don't know if Brandon, are you there? You're not on the screen, but you're moving your
He's
character
typing and
somehow.
he's moving his character. He clearly took a picture. He's messing with us.
He might have. I wouldn't be surprised.
Actually, if I look at it closely,
I don't know what you guys are referring to.
it does look exactly like a picture.
Yeah.
Turd.
That's pretty
Giant
darn
turd.
good.
So, Jessup, are you just kind of moving over to back them up then?
Correct.
Okay.
Great.
So you guys all get into position here, and what is the plan? Are you going to open the door, or I guess Frampton hasn't revealed what he heard.
Oh,
let's-
sorry. I can reveal. Right then. Sounds like there's a bit of a fire in there. Nothing alarming, mind you. Just perhaps some nice hearth, maybe a forge. I don't know. Sounds like crackling wood.
Nice.
Aaidan, are you okay? Are you okay, Aaidan?
Are you okay? I did. Yeah, I'm alright. Thank you for asking, Frampton. I don't hear anything. Let's check out this building here.
Did we need any smooth cure spells?
Righto. Well, I guess I'll open the door then, and Frampton will
Alright.
move to open the door.
Okay.
I think that we're
Fram-
good for now, Jessup. Thank you.
Did anybody take damage in the fight?
Sirio did.
I did.
Yeah.
And
I'm just
Aaidan.
gonna kind of look over Sirio while you guys are doing that.
Sirio's at 34 out of 42.
Aiden's doing okay. He's at 62 out of 74.
And his deafness is gonna be for a few minutes.
His
right?
deafness is going to be for an hour, so he
Oh,
can't
yeah.
hear anything that you're saying, but he kind of looks over and he explains. He's like, whatever they did, I can't hear anything. So you guys can continue how you were. I'll follow along behind, and if I see any danger, I'll do what I can. Maybe we can figure out some kind of hand signals or something. And Jessup, you go up to him, and you see he's slightly wounded. Like, he has a wound where an arrow hit him, but he's above 4/5 health, so he's not terribly wounded.
Frampton, looks like his hearing's gonna be off for a little while. We're probably gonna need some of your interpretive dancing skills.
Oh, you got it. Does the worm right in front of the door.
So if we go in all SWAT style, Aiden will volunteer to be the second guy in, the danger one. So Frampton can rush through to the corners like that. Aiden will rush in as the second guy in and go that way. And then anyone else can follow suit, but Aiden will be in the danger shot. Fun fact I learned about clearing rooms: the second person in the room is the most likely person to die, because by the time the first person busts in, they're supposed to run to the corner, right, and clearing the room along the way, which means if everyone in that room pretend they are armed and they react, they start shooting at the door, it's the second guy in who actually is the most dangerous.
So
You
should
hear
we
that,
say
Jason? So if I
surveillance?
open this and there's about 17 hobgoblins, Josh just said he's fine with Aiden being the one to die.
Yep.
Okay. Frampton, you reach out to open the door, and simultaneously as you do that, like, your hand is on the handle. 30 feet away, next to Jessup, there's a voice that comes out very close to his ear
I
as it
forgot
says,
you can go invisible!
"I said I'd be back."
No!
As appearing adjacent to him is a figure holding a double-bladed sword posed to attack. And I need everybody to roll initiative for me again.
Oh dear.
Man,
I
despite
was not the
some
second
high
person here.
perception rolls, that plus 20 to stealth is pretty darn good.
Well, also, hobgoblins have a natural +4 to stealth,
Yep.
so they're pretty stealthy.
I
So,
forgot all about her invisibility. No.
Maybe.
so Frampton rolled a 19, pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
Serial rolled a 20. Kieran rolled a 15. Jessup rolled a 24. And Aaidan rolled a 18. Okay. Sort that. Surprise round. This female hobgoblin, which I will let you see, with her double-bladed sword, will get one attack out at Jessup in this surprise round
That's rude.
as she yells out a word in Goblin. Those of you who can speak Goblin, you understand it to mean attack now. So she's giving some sort of signal. As she makes one attack against Jessup with the +2 from invisibility.
And against this flat-footed.
Yes. So
Wait,
against your...
Goblin?
What?
Sorry, go ahead.
Against your flat-footed AC, that is going to be a with +2 from invisibility, not 2-weapon fighting, so that is an 18 to hit. Rolled extraordinarily low. It's like so low. But that's still a hit, so that's good. This is gonna hurt. Last time this happened, I rolled minimum damage. This time I rolled pretty average. 15 points of damage to you.
Oh, my
Because
fluff.
she does not have power
Just
attack. Okay.
Ow, my fluff.
Yes.
I did.
This is...
So you take 15 points of damage as this blade slashes down across your back. Now, in round 1, we have Jessup moving first.
Fighting total defense is a full round action.
You can total defense as a standard action, I think.
Mhm.
It's
Yes.
just you can't attack
That's
or
okay.
make attacks of opportunity or anything like that.
So Jessup will kind of wince a little bit at Serial, and he'll 5-foot kind of shuffle back, and he will start his Inspired Courage. Some move
Okay.
action, and then he will total defense.
Okay. I'm just trying to get total defense here. It shows up under. You can defend yourself as a standard action.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
So, correct. So, 5-foot step, move action, start performance, standard action, total defense. Okay.
Correct.
Next up is Sirio. Sirio, luckily, can see this, and he will 5-foot step back and then shoot out with his sling. Rapid shot. Point blank shot, rapid shot. So he'll get 2 attacks at a lower bonus. So +1 from point blank, -2. So it's a +10 on each of these. So that is a natural 19. It's not a critical threat, but a 29 will hit. And then a 10 for a 20, which will miss. So he does hit once for 7 points of damage. Not too bad. That is his turn. Next up, we have Frampton.
Did you start Inspire Courage, by the way? Brent?
He
I
did.
did.
I figured.
Oh, okay. Let me put that on. Yeah. Is Bardic Performance and Inspire Courage the same thing?
Bardic
you
Performance
pulled-
has a bunch of different things.
One of
Inspire
which...
Courage is
Courage is
one
just
of
the-
them.
Which one is Inspire Courage?
Inspire Courage is one of the Bardic performances that he can do.
Oh, I just have it as a +2 confidence bonus to melee, ranged, and damage.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes.
Right.
That's correct.
Yeah,
It's
plus
a
two.
+2 to your attack and damage rolls. Yeah.
Melee, range, and damage.
Yeah. Okay. That's just how I've programmed, but I have it called Bardic Performance, not Inspire Courage.
Oh,
Right.
gotcha.
Yeah. It is Inspire Courage. It's one of
Several
Bardic
bardic
performances.
performances.
Let's do some stabbing.
Stab.
Okay. Move action to get into melee.
Oh, she probably has like Shimmer or some nonsense.
Here for me, Timbers.
Shiver me timbers. Just gonna take one attack with the rapier.
Okay. You had to move, so you can only do one attack.
That's true too. Well played. Ugh.
So
Plate, he says.
15 to hit. Even if you did have the -2 from 2 weapon fighting accidentally, which I don't think you do. I think that's the actual bonus right
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
still a miss.
there.
I have a +13. I
15,
rolled a
yep.
2.
15 will miss your target. She deflects your blade with the backside of her two-bladed sword. That brings us to Aaidan.
Who
Got shit
will
with Thanos sword there.
quick stow as part of his move action, quick draw as part of his feat. We'll go a free action. We'll go ahead and activate Vital Strike.
Okay.
And we'll try to hit.
All right. One attack against this creature.
Favorite enemy, Inspire Courage. No longer have favored terrain, not that it makes a difference. Heroism is still in effect. 25.
A 25 will hit your target.
Okay. Here's the damage. And then 2d6 on top of that.
So 36 total points of damage.
Yes.
Well done.
Okay. Got it.
Telling you, I'm putting in work these last 2 sessions.
Mhm.
A very powerful strike. Into
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you can describe it.
Oh, no. I wasn't going to. I was just saying, yeah, it is a pretty big power strike. Vital Strike is a good fit for the build. It makes it so that when I'm switching from melee to range, that I'm not losing as much of my damage output as I would normally.
Yep.
Because I get
Yep,
the extra
you-
die.
Slice out and you cut into her arm fairly deeply, and she sneers in your direction, but she is still standing. Then, bursting out from the doorway, there is Soldier Green here,
Hey, Bolt.
who just kind of 5-foot steps past the door and will take one shot at the only person who's really not in melee or with cover, which is Kieran. 17 on the die, so I think that's going to hit. But I have to roll a d5 now?
Yes.
Okay. 5. So
wow,
another
that's
image.
like the 5th 5 or the 3rd 5, I guess.
Yeah. And that then takes us to Kieran.
Okay, Kieran will move 30 feet down here, turn and unleash a lightning bolt up at her in a straight line, just missing Frampton. So
Ooh, it
she will
fizzled
need
my
to
nose there.
she'll need to roll a reflex save for half damage.
All right. Reflex is her middle save, so we'll see. Probably 50-50 chance. That is a 15.
That actually fails DC 16.
Noise.
Yeah, she
For this
rolled a
spell.
9, has a +6, and I don't think she has any other bonuses to it, so it's just a 15. So,
23 points of electricity damage. And if
Is
she
that-
has spell
And-
resistance, I have to roll against that.
I think that is including the
Inspire.
Inspire Courage.
Should be 21.
Right. Yes.
So 21.
Yep.
Do you
Okay,
get
and what did you
bonuses,
just
though?
say?
Huh?
You said something after that?
Oh, if she has spell resistance, it is subject to spell resistance.
She does not.
Okay.
So 21 points of damage. Ouch. She's still up.
You get your bonus on Shocking Grass for your archetype, don't you? Or Do you get that?
Yeah,
for
it's
this, too?
included in there. There's a +6 at the end,
Oh,
so
okay.
that's the
Gotcha.
1 point per die rolled. Yep.
Yep.
Neato.
That takes us to her turn. She will snarl out at all of you. She's surrounded. She was hoping that she could get you a bit more, but she rolled really bad on initiative. So unfortunately, she is now stuck in this position. But she is going to do a full attack.
It's kind of funny that like she initiated this with the surprise round, but then like rolled low initiative, so she doesn't act very like she knew it was coming, but it's just how the dice roll.
She did
Yeah.
not realize how fluffy Jessup was, that he was able to absorb such a large hit.
Yeah.
She is going to full attack against Aaidan because of the people who hit her, he is the only one within range, and he did the most damage. So, full attack against Aaidan. She does not have power attack, so that's not anything to worry about. All of this other stuff is included, so we can just go straight to the actual damage. Okay. Well, not straight to the damage, to the attack, but first attack. That is a 24 to hit.
Hits.
Second attack is a natural 19 critical threat.
Go ahead and roll that confirmation for me.
To confirm, 25. To confirm.
Confirmed, critical.
So we have a hit, a crit. I'm going to roll the damage here because if you go down, she'll switch. So the regular old hit, her damage reduces when she's doing multiple attacks here. So the first hit only does max 16 points of damage.
Okay.
Now for the critical, it's just a ×2 crit, so you take 22 points of damage from the critical.
Okay.
I assume you're still up after that.
For now.
Okay, so final attack, 17.
Misses.
So she swings out at you once, flips the blade around in a strange combat style you've never seen before, then backhands it up with the other edge of the blade, slices you, tries to spin it again to get across on a horizontal swing, but you back away just in time, and she will then 5-foot step a little bit down this way. That then brings us to the other green guy. I think he's on the right layers. You can see him. He will then move out and do his one attack. And now technically all Frampton and Aaidan are both kind of in range. So I'll roll a d6. Odds will be Frampton. Rolled a 2, so that's going to be against Aaidan. So 1 longbow, 5 on the die is almost certainly not going to hit. No, that's a total of a 10. So misses with his arrow. Top of round 2. We're back to Jessup.
Jessup will drop performance, but it will linger. And no longer total defensing. He'll kind of look up and know that Aaidan took a couple big blows. Aaidan, hang in there! And he will place a hand on Aaidan and cast Your Serious Wounds.
Oh.
Wow. Nice.
Wow.
So 20.
Some guys
20 hit points back.
Wow.
And he will
Whoa.
move down and he'll be like, Serial, protect me!
Okay.
Like,
It is
kinda
now
standing,
Sirio's-
but almost like a hunched position, trying to like cower behind him.
It is Sirio's turn. He will nod as he will attack with his halfling sling staff in melee now, rather than backing away like he would. He will protect you. His hit's not as good in melee, but we'll see what we can do here. Natural 17 for a 25. That'll still hit.
Nice.
He deals max 8 points of damage. Not bad, not bad. That is his turn. He'll hold his ground right there. Frampton, you are up. Actually, no, he's smart. He'll 5-foot step over.
Thank you. I was like, can I fit there? Thank you.
Now, Sirio is a ranger. He's tactical. He knows what's up.
Mm-hmm.
5 foot.
Good call, GM.
there.
Good call. Good call. Golf
Good
clap.
call. Good call. Yes.
I do like how I asked him how to protect me, and he did not. Like you could hear me. So, in hindsight,
Oh, that's
That's
true.
true.
I hand waved it. I kind of did like a protect me.
You did the patented Ranger protect me symbol
Yeah.
next to him.
Sign
And he's
language.
like, I imagine the Rangers have to have sign language of some sort.
Right,
Like, surely.
Surely they do. Whoa, yeah, buddy. Do
You
they
don't
hit?
have magic weapon anymore, so I don't know if you took that off or not, but
Yeah. No, that's just the
Okay.
straight rapier and the
Gotcha.
+1.
Okay, I was wondering why they were the same number, but the
Did you
rolls
put
were
flanking
different.
in there? Because it doesn't look like you did.
That is not flanking.
Okay.
25.
ooh,
So
that's juicy.
two
That's really
23s, but they're actually 25s. Either way, both of those will hit. So that's going to be 12 damage, and then 11 damage, and then 2 sneak attacks.
What's E?
8.
that-
Piercing. For
Oh,
some
okay.
reason, I have piercing in there.
Okay.
8d6.
Oh.
So 12, 11, and 25 for a total of 48, I believe. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
Yeah.
correct.
With her 45 hit points remaining.
Wow.
Still,
Wow.
four
How do
bleed
you-
damage
how
on
do you
top of
wanna-
that.
How do you want to take her down?
Yeah, buddy.
So Frampton will sneak up behind her, and he'll whisper in her ear and be like, we came back too. And then stab her a bunch of times.
Oh, I like
Okay.
that image where he's just like.
You stab both of your rapiers into her shoulder blades from behind and kind of lift her up a little bit as you then drop her onto the ground. She is unconscious and dying. She's still technically not dead because she's only at -3, so
And
she took a
Frampton's
beating.
really into that weapon. Like, what is that thing? A double-bladed? So
It's
is that
called a-
like? So is that like a double-bladed lightsaber? Is that what it kind of looks like? But it's a sword instead of a lightsaber.
Essentially picture Darth Maul, but as
Darth
a sword.
Maul,
Yeah.
but as a sword, not a
Yeah.
lightsaber. That's
Yep.
cool.
It's basically
That's
Thanos'
cool.
weapon.
It's
that he used to
it's really
Yeah,
cool.
Thanos' weapon. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yep, it is called a two-bladed sword.
That's cool.
She grew up with a very specific training martial style, and she learned the two-bladed sword. Very,
better
very
color.
neat weapon.
It shall join the many weapons of Aidan's cloak.
It's
Yeah,
cool
I
because
taking it.
she can use it as if two-weapon fighting. So she got 3 attacks because she was
Oh.
effectively two-weapon fighting with the single weapon.
Is that an exotic weapon?
Yes,
It is.
I believe so.
it is
Yeah.
one that one of my characters almost took. Instead, they got
Yeah.
the star knife.
Okay, so as she
Nice.
falls, we move over to Aaidan. Aaidan, you took a beating from her, but you were healed up a little bit. But
Yep.
you also know that there are 2 archers behind you firing away.
In dramatic fashion, he'll take his greatsword and kind of like, with his 5-foot step, like throw it and stab it into the ground so that it's still like arced and easy to be grabbed again if he needs it. In that same motion, pulling out his bow and making a full attack as he taunts, "You will regret ever coming to the Fangwood." 4 shots ring out.
Okay. Which one are you fighting first? The closest
In
one?
order, so I don't have to worry about cover.
So Prowler first, then Soldier.
Yep.
Okay.
And we've got
Roll your attacks.
Rapid Shot, Favored Enemy, Goblinoid, Inspire Courage is still up, and Heroism.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I forgot about that. That you still have heroism. Ooh.
So we have a
oof.
26, a
Tasty.
21, and a 25. So the 26 will hit the Prowler for 36 points of damage.
Yeah.
It had 31 hit points,
Boom.
so it goes down. The 21 will now hit the one behind it because he no longer has soft cover. And then the 25 will also hit, so another 36 points of damage. That one is still up.
Barely.
Let me just get through. Click this button 36 times. Okay. So that is Aidan's turn as he fires off 4 arrows, felling one and mortally wounding the other.
Those say
It is now
piercing,
the-
but they're blunt. damage technically, because all I have left are blunt arrows.
Knocking him out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, hobgoblins naturally have DR
Yeah.
100 bludgeoning.
Just as a heads up, I'm running pretty low on the arrow supply.
You should have. Why didn't you loot all the arrows from the other goblins?
I did, and in my head, I resupplied when we were back at the what's the place? The thingamajiggy? Mist Home, yeah. So I had to buy some, but I haven't yet calculated how many.
Next up, we have the forest soldier, who is the one that is still alive. He is going to do a thing where he moves away from you.
Is that called retreating?
Is that running away?
Yeah.
Nope. It's just called moving away from you.
Tactical. Tactical.
Tactical
move right
mobility.
A
there.
common hobgoblin tactic.
Yes. Run away.
Good joke, Kieran. A common tactic.
It's like, I've heard of these before. This is not common, or not uncommon for them. It's the first thing they learn in their military camps.
Is to run away.
Is to run away.
Bottom of the round, we have Kieran.
How did I get to the bottom? Man, I don't like being at the bottom. I don't know what to do. I guess I'm just gonna move up a little bit because I don't know what's going on, and I'm just gonna hold off on doing anything.
Top of round 3, that brings us to Jessup.
Jessup will expense 1 cure light on himself.
Okay.
Shabby.
You get a little bit of HP back. And you can also move or stay where you're at.
Yeah, I'll just move up kind of behind Kieran here, shuffle up a little bit.
Okay.
I think the one took off there. I don't know if I see anybody else.
Sirio will move. He'll double move, but he can't get within line of sight of his target, so that's all he can do. Frampton.
Sorry. What am I doing?
Your turn.
I don't know.
Gonna coup de
It's
grace.
it's your turn.
Coup de grace.
The
She's
only
bleeding out,
remaining
so you're
guy
fine.
is moving away from you out of sight.
There's
What's your
dragon
movement?
in that building?
What's your movement
Us.
speed?
60.
Okay.
Unless can I run? How does that work?
Running, you can run in a straight line, and it can go up to 4 times your speed.
When we got here, I'm pretty sure there were 2 hobgoblins standing up by that bridge, weren't there?
There were, but they moved down. They were blue over here.
Oh, they were
Yeah.
the blues. Okay, okay.
Yeah, they
All
were
right.
the first line of reinforcements.
So, Frampton.
So you can run in a straight line, 120 feet, or you can double move.
I'm gonna run in a straight line, 120 feet.
Okay. So Frampton sprints down the courtyard. That brings us to Aaidan.
He'll follow suit. He can only make it 80 feet, however. And I'll run right up to there.
Okay. That brings us to Green. He sees you guys running after him. He will continue his movement up to this doorway. He will charge into it and kind of like barrel his way into the door. It doesn't open, but he barrels into it and begins just like pounding away at the door, but he doesn't have the action economy to open it yet, but he's just pounding away at the door.
But you mean he ran up and like barrels into it, it doesn't budge, and he falls over.
And again, we are back to Kieran.
Oh boy. So, are we just heading on in then? He will, I guess. So I stepped away. Sirio and Jessup, are they purposefully staying behind here, or
Sirio
just
could
they
only
haven't
move that
returned yet.
far.
okay? Kieran's gonna stay back with Sirio, just not to charge off without leaving or without him. So he'll just, I'll ready a movement to follow if Sirio moves.
You can
Okay.
pick him up.
That
Probably
brings
could.
us back up to the top of the round, Jessup.
Oh, geez, they really took off there. All right. So running is 4 times your speed, I believe.
Yes.
Fucking run really fast.
Super fast.
Somehow you ran it.
And Aaidan, you don't have a heavy load, do you?
No.
Okay.
You can
You
see.
won't run too far. You'll get.
I have a medium load, and my run is ×4, but the speed is 20.
Okay.
We'll just kind of run up right behind Aaidan.
Cloak of many weapons.
Okay. So Jessup runs up after the others.
I got your back.
Jack.
All right. That brings us to Sirio, who he'll continue to. He can only move. So if he runs, he can only move that far. As he
Okay.
begins hopping his way down,
Alright,
Kieran,
so
you
then-
can go if you want.
I will do my 1 move action that I readied.
That brings us back to Frampton.
Frampton. Yeah. Hit the wrong button. Got a charge there.
Yeah.
That
Frampton.
would provoke, though, wouldn't it?
Well, doesn't he have to go to the closest square, or?
Oh, I gotta go.
You'd
closer,
have to
but I
go. You
stop
can
there.
charge
Yeah,
at him. But
Yeah, right there. Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead and charge. Roll your attack. +2 bonus for charging. Natural 1.
Why?
That's what I like to see.
Why?
That will then bring us to Aaidan.
Oh. I had. Well, no, it wouldn't matter anyway. I had 2 weapons.
Wouldn't
wouldn't
matter with a
matter.
natural
Wouldn't
1.
matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have mattered.
All right. It's not, I think, going to make a difference, but let me check.
No, he's gonna have soft cover pretty much no matter what you do.
Yeah, I know that, but I can be here behind the wall,
Yeah, you
And-
can fire at him from there.
and from there, I also can see the whole doorway.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure. He is not going to, actually. He's going to use Quick Draw as a free action to pull out Theros' dagger. And then we'll throw it. That is... I think the range increment on a dagger is 10 feet. Does that sound
I
right?
believe so, yes.
Right
So
in
you'd
the
be
frame.
taking a -8 penalty.
Oh, it'll be a whole -8.
Because every range increment, it's -2.
Yeah, we'll just use the arrow then. I wanted to try to be a bit more conservative, but it's all right. We'll get a chance to resupply if we drop out of initiative. He can replenish from his backpack.
Yeah, I'm just looking up dagger right here real quick. 10-foot range increment when thrown, yes.
Yeah, shoot the dagger with your bow. Tape it to a stick. No, so it'll be 1 attack then, and it'll have the vital strike.
Okay,
Where-
and this guy will have the cover bonus, soft cover bonus. But,
and it's
yep,
firing into combat, into melee.
correct.
So it'll take
Yes.
the -4, but a -4 is not as bad as a -8.
Right.
So,
Yep, go ahead and roll your attack. Is that with the -4 or without?
that is with.
With the -4.
Yep,
Okay.
firing into combat. -4 to range.
31 will hit your target.
Okay. 13, ignore my shot.
13 damage. Ouch. You hit him with this blunt arrow. And he kind of slams into the door
Yeah.
and then goes limp as he falls to the ground.
Beautiful.
Oh. I didn't realize we had already put damage into him.
I did on that
Um,
last turn up here.
Yep. Okay.
Rangers and their favorite enemy, man.
Top of round 5, we have Jessup.
You'll just kind of run up 30 feet to here. And... Oh, good job. I fear there might be some more in that tower. And he will, ready in action if we get back in combat, he will start back up the performance. Inspire courage.
Okay. Next up, we have Kieran.
Kieran does not feel comfortable in this position because we've left a lot of buildings behind us for the potential of flanking. So he's going to actually move up to this door. And I don't know where exactly I have to be, if actually I have to be in this square, but he wants to move up to this door. Is it still open from when those guys came out?
They just kind of flung it open as they were walking by. They had left it little creaked, but they burst it open basically. So you can see right in there.
Kind of this side, but I want to look in and see, is there anybody else in there?
Whoa, that's not what I meant to do. Okay.
I don't know if I have to be in this square. It doesn't matter.
You will see more if you're in the square.
Okay.
So I will reveal a little bit here of what you can see. And you can see pretty much all of that. So you can see pretty much all of that area. Actually, you can see... You'd be able to see back to there. Yeah, I'll just do that whole bit there. So that's about what you can see.
Okay.
Within your line of sight, you do not see any creatures in this building, but you can roll a perception check.
Sure. Why not? So perception is a 9.
You don't hear
Natural
anything
4.
either.
Okay.
You see that there's another smaller room in the corner, and then there's like a barricade that's like floor to ceiling. It's kind of like a semi-wall that's blocking line of sight to the back corner as well.
Okay. That I'll just have that be my turn.
Okay. Next up, Sirio is there. Sirio doesn't hear that you have stopped, so he's going to continue his run, get right up next to Jessup, and going to Frampton.
Actually, real quick, Jason, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but can I cast shield on myself?
Sure.
Is my standard. Okay.
Frampton obviously thinks that there's people in this tower, given the behavior of the goblin. So he's just gonna kind of pace up a little and give a perception.
Okay. Natural 20, 29 with your +4 for Canny Observer, so a 33. I believe the penalty for listening through a door is -10. I want to say...
That sounds right.
I have door ears. It's a
Oh,
custom.
oh, then in that case...
I have a cup in my hand, and I put the cup up against the, up against
Yeah,
the
so... through a closed door is... Oh, through a closed door is +5. Okay, to the DC. Right. You are able to hear a little bit of shuffling on the other side of the door. Multiple footsteps shuffling over there. But they're not like at the door. They're some distance away from the door. A little bit. But they're close.
Okay. I think that's my full turn, though, right? I can't relay that, yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. Listening at a door would be more involved than just sight, yeah.
Right.
Brings us to Aaidan.
He is going to functionally, mechanically delay, but he's going to shout out to Frampton. Frampton, get back! I'll watch the door! Jessup, check that one behind me! And he'll point there. And we'll delay.
Delay. Okay.
Yeah, delaying will mechanically do the same thing. He'll 5-foot step forward and ready. If somebody bursts through that door, he'll take a shot.
Okay. Top of round 6, we have Jessup.
You got it, my boy. So he will move over and open the door.
Okay. You open that door. Let me reveal it. It's been a long time since I revealed stuff.
Yeah, isn't that fun?
Yeah.
You can see
You have 6
about
seconds. Go.
that much of the room as you open the door. You don't see any creatures in your line of sight, but you can roll a perception check.
Okay.
Just a real quick perception check to see if you hear anything. Okay. With a 15, you hear the like very faintly some movement behind the barricade, but you with only a 15, you can't discern anything beyond just some movement.
So I hear something in here.
There's something in there, yes.
Okay. So I guess I think there's somebody else in here.
Kieran,
Are there
that goes
any
to you.
red beds?
No. There's some maroon ones, but they're not
Okay. I just
distinctly
want to
red.
make sure because I know that that's one of
Yeah.
his weaknesses.
So Kieran's going to.
You would have heard Jessup's voice, by the way.
Okay, that's what I thought. So Kieran's going to move 30 feet in to see what's behind there.
Okay. As the trap goes off, you take no. I don't know if they're on the token.
Oh
level.
yeah, we can see him.
Okay. You see two female figures that are fairly emaciated, bruised, in ragged clothing, but they are chained to each other. Their legs are chained with a 3-foot iron chain between their ankles, and they seem to be kind of like half cowering down, looking around, almost like in a defensive stance. And I can show you what they look like. There's one,
It looks
and
like
then there's
Aidan's taste right there.
and then there's the other.
Okay,
Yep.
so you said they're
Kelp.
chained.
Their ankles are chained together at a 3-foot chain. Yes.
Okay,
What's on
he's
her
gonna look
mouth?
at. He's gonna look at them, and just put like a finger to his lips to be like shh, and then he's gonna take another second move action technically to move up to this door and then listen to the door unless it's open. Is that door open?
That one is not open. Roll a
Okay.
perception check.
12.
You don't hear anything.
Okay, all right, that'll be my turn.
Okay. Brings us to Sirio. He's gonna continue. Again, he can't hear any of the directions, so he's just gonna keep moving.
He's a one-man
Uh,
army.
And we're back to Frampton.
The Frampton. Holler out. Right, I think there are a bit of people behind this door. We might want to be careful, and then he'll move. Do 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 do. Here, as to not be in Aiden's way.
So you move
Here's the
back
door.
a little bit. Sirio sees you move back, and he kind of looks. He spins around, and he's like, "Oh." He now understands what's going on. He can visually see the plan.
Frampton's like makes little people motions.
Yeah.
Aiden, it's
Little
back to you.
walking motions.
Yep.
Ready to action did not occur.
Yeah, he'll motion for Sirio to get back and out of the way.
Hi.
As he'll move there.
Okay.
With a ready to action. Again, same condition if anybody comes through that door. Yeah.
Okay. Top of round 7. We're going to probably drop out of initiative here for a little bit. Aaidan, Frampton, and Sirio, they are looking at the door. You don't see anybody immediately pushing it open or anything like that. From this distance, you don't hear any commotion either. Kieran, you're at that door down there. You don't hear anything in there. Do you open it in what would be the convening rounds?
Yeah, I would try to stealthfully open it, but I've got a +1 to my stealth, so
Okay.
I roll a 10. So
Okay.
I almost perfectly averagely.
The
open
door
this door.
creaks open a little bit on the hinges.
Okay.
You look inside, and it looks like this is just basically the privy.
He kind of like gags. And he's
bathroom.
like, ugh.
Of course,
and
Kieran
he
is the
shuts
one.
the door.
Right. Of course,
Okay.
Kieran's the one to find the bathroom.
Jason wasn't lying before when he said that the guy went into the
Yeah,
bathroom.
no, the guy went into the bathroom.
Did Kieran get a look to see if they have sinks to wash their hands?
I doubt they'd have sinks.
That is
Hmm.
unsanitary.
I bet he washed it in the next privy.
Ew.
Well, I mean, they're probably just holes. They're not like I doubt they have running water.
Poo hands.
They're probably just
spend so
holes
much
that dump out into
time.
the water down below because it's right next to the it's right next to the river.
Yeah,
Thank
goes
goodness
right to the
Kieran
river.
didn't fall in that water. Oh, that's just
Ah, poo
oh.
water.
What are these barbarians? Uncivilized.
I mean, this is basically medieval times, but okay.
He's like, I'm definitely not joining the Rangers now if this is how they.
Jason's over here like, what do you expect? Like indoor plumbing? Like this is fantasy world, right? They've got magic, but they can't
Yeah.
work out waste disposal.
Yeah, sir. I mean, the kitchen where they collect water is upstream, so it's fine.
Clearly.
Ugh.
So,
Well, they get it from the other side of the river.
Yeah, the kitchen's down here, downstream.
so what is
So-
everyone doing then?
So Jessup would have on his following round, because Kieran didn't say anything when he saw those two, so Jessup doesn't know. He just saw Kieran kind of blitz by.
Correct.
So Jessup would run down kind of all like in a somewhat defensive stance to realize that he sees these two, and then he would attempt to commune with them and calm their nerves with his charisma.
Aaidan will.
What do you?
Oh, sorry. While that's happening, he's just gesturing back to Sirio and Frampton for them to move back, and he will keep an active perception on that door and that door.
So you're moving back. Frampton's going to the other building over there. Jessup, what do you say to them to try to calm them down?
Jessup comes in and then kind of puts his hands up, all, trying to be passive. And oh, well, hello there. Don't worry, darlings, we're here to help the cavalry. I'm Jessup, one of the rangers. Kind of step ever so, slowly forward. And why don't you take a load off? Just rest here. We'll have somebody come in and get these chains off you here momentarily.
How you doing?
So you'll kind of like try
They
to
both
calm them down.
go ahead and roll diplomacy.
Sup, girl?
So I will roll that as perform oratory.
He waggles eyebrows. Yeah, he gets a +2 for waggling eyebrows.
So with a 28, you try to calm them down. Once you mention that you're a ranger, they both kind of straighten up in a more as good a posture as they can get in their malnourished form. And if there was some sort of ranger salute, they give it. And the one says, "Rangers, that's good reinforcements. We're rangers as well, new rangers. But we were hoping that there'd be a patrol or something come by. A few have come by in the past several weeks, but they've always been caught off guard and ambushed. But it's good that you managed to survive this far, I guess. How many are you?"
We're 3 rangers strong, but we have a few other compatriots with us as well.
All right, better than nothing. My name is Mila, and this is Agip.
Jessup will, take off his hat and bow. And then he'll kind of look back over his shoulder and, Aaidan, go give Frampton. We need his lock-picking skills.
One of the hobgoblins did have keys. I don't know if they were one of the ones that you might have met, but that might be easier. I don't know.
We have met some hobgoblins, and they have met a timely end. Well, why don't you,
I can go
Stay hit.
check while you're talking, so I'll hear that and I can
Okay.
go to the big one down here to see if this one has keys.
So you go over to that hobgoblin and begin inspecting. Aaidan, you said you were focusing on this door?
Yeah, mostly. And
Okay.
he's watching Frampton too. When he hears Jessup tell him to go get keys, I'll make a stealth roll, move at the reduced speed, grab that body, and drag it back. See
Okay.
if it has any keys.
Okay, go ahead and roll stealth check.
Don't forget the penalty for the door.
So
You
you
called her ape for a second. How do you pronounce that? A geep?
Agip.
A geep.
At least that's how I'm pronouncing it.
That works. I just thought you said ape earlier.
Maybe a
Nope.
jeep.
A jeep.
A jeep.
Not a sponsor.
Aiden, you
That's
you stealth up there. You grab the body and you pull it back.
You want a perception
The door doesn't
check, too?
open.
Yeah.
You can do a perception check up there.
Just to see if I was noticed or if there's more rifling.
Oh, my 33 is not good.
You don't hear any other rifling. Yeah, you don't hear anything.
Okay, any keys?
On that body, no. Frampton, what are you doing? Are you just listening at that door, or are you
Yeah.
bursting in heedlessly?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. Roll a
Replenish-
perception.
Replenishing arrows. How many can I get off this guy?
Okay, 1 second. Frampton, you don't hear anything in that room. There's nothing in there that you hear at all.
Okay, he'll moonwalk back.
Okay. So Aiden, on that is a soldier. He only has 16 arrows left.
Okay.
But he has 16 normal arrows in his quiver.
Anything of note else?
He's got like equipment, so he's got like masterwork breastplate, masterwork shield, he's got a glaive masterwork battle axe. He's got other like cloak, backpack, bedroll, signal whistle,
Sure.
Cloak of many
composite
weapons,
longbow.
apparently.
He
He's
does have
eyeing
one.
hobgoblin form.
And you can't detect magic, so you don't know if anything that he has on him is magical. All the weapons and armor look nice, so you don't know if they're magical or not. Down by Kieran on the other body. Yeah, I did. With a 3, you have literally no idea what these could possibly go for in any economy.
I could trade these for a day rations, maybe.
So, Kieran, looking over the other body there, you find a couple of vials, like a couple of vials.
Like filled with stuff, they're not empty.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 empty vials, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that have stuff in them.
Okay, so empty vials 5, occupied vials 5. Okay.
Obviously she has her own. Again, are you detecting magic?
I was gonna you could give me the list of stuff and then assume that I was detecting magic, but
Okay. So those vials obviously are magical. Magical armor. The weapon detects as magic briefly, but then goes out.
oh, must have been like a magic weapon.
Um,
Otherwise mundane.
Cloak is magical. And she had a key ring with 3 keys on it.
Okay, so he will take that and then do I even bother rolling spellcraft?
Yeah, you can roll spellcraft. Just tell me what you're rolling.
Yep. So
The vials, there are multiple different vials. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 different types.
okay.
5 vials, 4 different types.
So I will roll 4 spellcraft for the 4 different types, and you can just choose
Yep,
the
I'll
order.
just go down. I'll just go down the line.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So 20, 29, 29, and 13.
So 2 vials of magic weapon. 1
Okay.
vial of bear's endurance. 1
Okay.
vial of bull's strength.
Okay.
And you are unable to identify the final vial. And then she has armor and cloak were the only other magical items there.
Okay, so armor is a 20, cloak is a 29.
Okay. Just +1 breastplate
Okay.
and a cloak of resistance +1,
Okay.
which I think all of you already have, but
Still, a +1 breastplate size for a medium creature.
yeah, medium.
Okay. That'll be nice.
Sirio also has a cloak of resistance +1, so he's good.
So Kieran's gonna take the key rings and the vials. He's gonna put the vials in the empty vials and the full vials in his haversack, but he's gonna leave the cloak and the breastplate there for now.
During that time to Sirio, he'll do the eyes to the door thing.
Uh-huh.
And then we'll go to loot any bodies that Kieran missed and recover his greatsword.
Yep, so as you do that, you begin to move away. Syrian actually latches onto your arm, points back at the door. You turn real quick, and in a split second, you see the door is like cracked open, and there's like somebody looking out. But the moment you turn around, the door closes. So there's definitely somebody at the door, and they're keeping an eye on the courtyard.
He'll rifle on this body, grab the signal whistle, and kind of like push it into Sirio's chest, give him a nod, and take off still.
Okay, Sirio will take the signal whistle. He's not entirely sure what. He's assuming that he's just supposed to blow it if they come out.
Right. Yeah. That's the intent.
So that's what he's gonna do. Okay, and then you're moving to the other bodies.
Yeah, the other bodies. He's only gonna check out that one because it's on his path. Get his great sword, chat up with Kieran, see where they're at, and then he's gonna run back mechanically. So he's gonna try to hustle down and then run back.
So the prowler that you saw on your path just has, yeah, I mean, he's got some stuff on him. Again, that one has 18 arrows if you wanted more arrows.
I'll grab the arrows, throw them into that room.
Other than that, there's not a ton on here that, like, there's more empty vials.
Sorry. He's just looking
It
quick.
seems that
Just grabbing the essentials. He's not like...
Looking quick, then you would just see some empty vials, arrows. I mean, and again, he has armor, longbow, longsword.
Yeah, he's not patting them down to find his hidden coin purse. He's just grabbing, oh, here's some arrows. Gonna toss that in there. Yep. I'll double back to grab him. He gets his great sword. He'll swing around. If this guy had any arrows, he'll grab them. Kind of make a little stockpile for himself.
This guy?
Yeah. If
no arrows on her.
All right. Then, yeah.
She does have javelins, but no arrows.
Yep, there he goes.
No.
He wants those javelins.
5 javelins.
He wants those javelins.
He'll grab the javelins.
Cloak
I think each javelin weighs 3 pounds or something like that. So.
Well, he'll hustle to there and just kind of throw them. He's like just stockpiling a small cache of like.
Gotcha.
So if anyone else needs stuff and things, and then from there, run the 60 feet. So 2.5 rounds to clear the distance.
And by that point in time, Kieran could have returned with the key.
Yep, I will return with the key, and then I don't know how you feel about this, but like I just want to get a general sense of like emotion from them. I don't know if it would be sense motive or if it would just be perception. Like
you can do a sense motive.
+0.
Do you trust
16.
anyone that we
They are definitely Malthuni spies.
Oh no! He slits their throat with his glaive.
You can see that they are frightened, and I mean, again, tattered clothing, bruised bodies, malnourished, emaciated. However, they are still standing with like purpose. There's like their eyes aren't dimmed or anything like that. Like they are aware of the situation. They're slightly worried, but the fact that they see other humans around them, it's almost like they're like getting back into gear sort of a situation.
Okay.
They definitely seem to have a measure of experience.
Okay.
So
he will he'll move up. He will unlock their manacles.
Their ankle.
All I could think
manacles.
was padlock, and I'm like, that's not
you put a key in, it doesn't work. You put the second key in, that one works. You open the one, open the other, so you free them of their chains.
All right. I hate to rush you on this, but do you have any information on who else might be here?
We have a little bit of information. I don't know how useful it would be. They don't allow us in the tower. Actually, I don't think they're allowed very many places. So if you're asking them what they will say, I don't know if you're aware, but I probably should warn you that there is a dragon in the fort.
Is
the
it
upper
here? Is
tower.
here right now?
Yes, it came back yesterday.
All right.
It leaves every other week or so for a couple days. It just came back recently though, so it's probably going to be here for a while.
He curses Ajura's breath in Draconic, knowing that they probably had an opportunity and
Metagaming. I think it is day 41 or 42. It just returned on day 40.
You didn't need to share that with us, Jason.
It left. It actually left a couple days after you guys left the fort. 3 days passed. Then you started making your way back, and so it actually just arrived not too long ago.
So it was there the first time we showed up.
It was there the first time. You know that because it roared out when you were running away.
Yeah.
Right.
So it was there the first time, and the amount of time that it took you guys to leave and come back was perfect for it to have arrived like the day before you showed up.
I remembered the roar, but I wasn't sure if it was like roaring back or what that was, the interaction. Like on its way back from the sky.
Where is this dragon? I mean, we came through here and we had quite the scuffle and no signs of it yet.
It doesn't come out into the courtyard. It's pretty much stays in the tower the whole time. The only time that I've ever seen it outside of the tower is occasionally it will go down into the river. I don't know if it's just taking a swim or fishing or something, but it'll occasionally go down in the river and then come back a couple minutes later. It doesn't usually stay long, but 90% of the time it's in the tower.
Also, if we had come at a different time, we passed by the river, we just see a dragon with a fishing pole, cast his line.
No,
don't mind me, just
don't
fishing.
misunderstand it. It's not fishing with the pole. It's using its claws.
Got its tail in the water like a angler.
Just whistling.
Hello.
Little
other
like
than that,
smoke
there's-
circles coming
there's-
out with each whistle.
There's the commander of the fort, Aigara, but if you have the key, then you must have dealt with her. I assume you've dealt with the guards at either of the bridges. There's a kind of a sub-commander, Salakit. He has a couple men with him in the tower, but again, we are not allowed in there, so we don't have a whole lot of intel in that regard. We've heard mention of them talk about a sort of chaplain that is in the forge, but again, we aren't allowed in the forge, so don't have much information there either. We're pretty much kept into the courtyard in this building. They don't allow us to go many places.
So I guess, can they tell us just by description what each of these buildings are and if they think there's hobgoblins in them?
I can tell you what the buildings were, but what they've done with them since, I don't know, because we haven't been allowed in there. The one building slightly more to the north on the one side of the garden was it was an armory. It's where we kept our weapons and such. Don't know what they've done with it since. Every once in a while, some of them will go in there and stay for a couple hours and then head out. I don't know if there's any in there right now. The other building was the forge, and I don't know if they've repurposed that or if they've kept it as a forge. Again, I haven't been in there for weeks, so whatever changes they've made, I can't help you with. The building to the far south was the kennel we had hunting dogs and whatnot, which I think were probably all slaughtered, but it was just a building for the animals.
Okay.
How long has the fort been taken over?
It's been several weeks now. I don't know if it's quite been a month. It might have been a month by now. I haven't been keeping track, but it's been a while.
Do we know from
5
time
weeks. I don't know, something like that.
So do we know from a time frame, was that before or after the attack on Phaendar?
Best you can tell, it sounds, again, they don't have an exact date, so you can't say for sure, but it is comparable in time to the attack on Fhaendar, and probably slightly before the attack on Riston.
Where is Auburn, by the way?
I was just
Auburn's
gonna.
in the forest.
Yeah, I was gonna. Once
Maybe we probably want to get her and hold up in here like a command center, I guess, since we have.
that was exactly my thought. Once they have
Great
like-
ranges think alike, huh?
yeah, things have slowed down. Aaidan was gonna tell Sirio to go in there, join them, get somebody
He said
else.
It was in the fort. I guess my guess would be to get Auburn in here, keep a close eye, and then go through each one of the buildings here, make sure they're clear. Then we get to go slay a dragon.
Yeah,
The sub-commander.
get somebody to watch that door and stand guard, and then Aaidan will take his
Yeah.
time now a bit more to go this
If
way.
they want, I probably could write, because I have parchment and stuff, just write down instructions for Serial and let him sit. I don't know if he wants to stand either crates with the whistle or something, and if somebody breaks, if they come
can
out,
hear
blow
again.
that.
Yeah,
After an
it's been
hour,
a
he can hear.
Oh, okay.
yeah, and so Aaidan will whistle some bird call out that Auburn would recognize to know that it's safe to come make her way to the fort the way that we came. And while he's waiting for her, he'll wait for her at the bridge and begin properly rifling through each of these bodies and taking anything of worth.
Yep, you see her come across the edge of the forest, and she's kind of like squinting in your direction because from a distance she can't see. But she starts making her way up the trail until she's able to see the bridge, and then by the time she gets to that side of the bridge, she can see you more clearly, and she
He'll
makes her way across.
walk over and help her across the bridge.
Yep. You take her across the bridge, bring her. I put her token in the barracks there, so
Okay.
everybody's in that room now.
Anything of interest on these? And like I said, he's just dropping consumables, throwables, arrows, stuff like that, and then any stuff of significance.
Yeah, so I mean they have arrows. Each of them have a decent number of arrows, so
Okay.
You could have upwards of another 40.
I will put another 40 into my inventory.
Other than that, what you notice is this one and this one still have vials that are not empty.
Okay, let's take them.
And between all of these ones out in the courtyard, you could find 6 alchemist fire if you wanted some of those.
Yeah, let's take them. Sure.
And this one here had a single thunderstone that he had not yet used.
Okay. And he's able to identify it as a thunderstone because he saw one being used. It looks the same.
I'm gonna say even if you couldn't, Frampton could because he has knowledge. He has
Alchemical.
craft alchemy, and I think those are alchemical. So
They are. Yeah.
You can eventually identify alchemist fire, thunderstone. The vials you'd need to roll spellcraft. But
If you want, we can hand wave this way. He'll grab all that stuff, including the +1 breastplate. If Kieran didn't grab it, he'll go ahead and take that. And we'll have a cache of supplies if any of the surviving rangers want to grab some of the masterwork or nicer items. We'll bring a few of them as well.
I'm now picturing Aaidan in a female breastplate.
Yep. It's
Well,
got
I
the,
did look.
Yep.
Yeah.
I did look. If you look at the art, it is actually not gendered. The armor just looks like, armor. Which is kind of cool. Just like Brandon of Tarth from Game of Thrones. Just looks like armor.
It's unnecessarily sexualized.
Oh.
Unnecessarily.
Oh, okay. Let's play into the racist stereotypes that exist in our medium.
Yeah,
for
that's
no
what I
reason.
like to do.
Yeah, it actually is just a midriff of a breastplate.
Well, to be fair, we do have some equal parts. We already have established Kieran as one willing to show a bit of flesh.
Yes.
So.
Oh, there we go. So Kieran can not really use it, but use it because it'll always show off his abs.
But so you can grab the breastplate there and bring that in with you.
If he attempts to, could he fit into it?
It's technically medium-sized. It's suited for a female, so it is slightly smaller frame, so it's a bit tight fit, but you can fit into it mechanically.
And it's better work than what he does have. So he will go ahead and don it, which will take a period of time. I'll look.
Donning a breastplate will take like 2 minutes, I think.
Yes,
At least.
I have the feat that lets me don quickly. As part, I think it's part of endurance lets you do it quickly. Or one of the ranger things. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
so
can't remember.
donning armor, getting into and out of armor. So a breastplate, removing it takes 1 minute. Donning it takes 4 minutes.
But with some assistance, it can go a bit faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can put on the +1 breastplate if
Yep.
you so wish.
And then he'll bother the forge girl. What's her name? The Karen haircut dwarf.
Oh, which one's the
Droskar.
Karen?
Kining?
Kining.
Oh, Kining. Okay.
He'll ask Kining at some point to resize it for him.
Okay.
Kieran looks at him and says, "Oi, Aaidan, you grew some parts there."
We do what we have to survive there, Kieran. It's better armor than what I've got. And
You know what? Now is the time when I'm glad I don't actually wear armor, because I'm not sure I could stomach wearing that.
whatever
looks
it
pretty
takes,
ridiculous.
Kieran, as Syria would say, to survive. No matter the cost.
Sure, whatever helps you get over the embarrassment. I completely understand.
He's got a big smile on his face. And just until the end does it hold true that you see a break. Just a bit. He's trying to.
This exact situation happened in Rune Lords, where my character Rowan, at the final boss of Book 1, had +1 breastplate, which was better than what I had, but I didn't wear it for those reasons.
I very carefully and looked at the art before making my decision.
Yeah, the art was very different. From
The art, I was gonna say, because the other one was very different. Like
it was very different.
like I would not have donned that armor because it would have been unrealistic.
Yeah.
But this
Anyways.
one, yeah.
Yeah, so you swap armor there. What
Mechanically,
are the rest of you going to be doing here?
what does a +1 do over a masterwork?
So Masterwork decreases the armor check penalty by 1.
Yeah.
A +1 also does that, but it increases the AC by 1.
So it's just.
So the only difference is that your AC goes up by 1.
Oh, that's not bad at all. Okay.
So Frampton shouts at the top of his lungs, "Leroy Jenkins!" and runs into the tower.
Did we ask them if they were aware of other captives that may be like out and about walking, or if they know of any that are being held, and if there's any sort of holding
Right.
cell area?
You didn't ask, but if you do, they would say, I don't know how many of them are still alive, but last I knew there were probably a dozen or so of the other rangers that or were still alive after they surrendered. They're in the prison in the tower.
Did you have any sort of leader? Was there anyone who was commander of this fort?
Well, we had a commander, but the dragon took care of him early on in the attack.
Right.
You might have seen the gaping wall at the top of the tower. The commander and his confidants were up there in what was basically the command post. Dragon broke down the wall and, well, none of them made it out.
Right. Didn't expect they would, facing a dragon. Well, here, he'll pull out a couple trail rations. He'll say, "You look like you've seen better days. It's not much, but it's all I can give you for now."
Thanks. That'll do.
I'm sorry to bombard you with questions, but what else can you remember? Anything about the layout of the tower? I know you haven't been there a while, and that you're new rangers, but can you remember anything?
A little bit. Even before the attack, we were only allowed on the first floor. They didn't let us up into the upper floors because, we'd just joined, and there's a certain level of trust you have to earn before you can go everywhere.
I'm all too familiar with that.
But yeah, the first floor is it was fairly open. There's if you open the double doors, there's sort of a kind of hallway that loops around into an open area. There's no doors in there. It's just an open area that has a wall that kind of curves for about 15, 20 feet. Opens up to a central area. There's what used to be a privy in there on the right side, and then the prison is on the far back. There's a door, went to a set of stairs, and then a second door that opened up into the prison. You might have seen from the outside the tower's kind of got like a small room, like a semicircle that comes out of the main tower. That's the prison in there. And then there's a large set of stairs that goes up to the second floor. There wasn't a whole lot else on that floor of the tower from what I remember, but again, I have no idea what they might have done to change it.
He nods, and then 2 follow-up questions. Where, if anywhere, does she suspect the dragon would reside? And
That's the top of the tower. That's, I assume, his lair. He spends most of his time up there. He doesn't really leave or interact with anyone else. He's just up there most of the day.
Oh, that's interesting. Top of the tower, like on top of the roof, or like on the top floor?
Like in the top floor.
Okay, because we didn't see him.
Yeah, not on, like, this isn't like a crenellated tower. It's like
it's got like a thatched roof.
It's got like a roof on it, so he's in the top.
Next, the final question is, if she were to guess, how many surviving rangers can they expect to find?
Again, she'll say,
He
as far
told
as she
the other
knows,
one.
Was it?
as far as she knows, there's a dozen that she knew of, but again, she doesn't know if those are still alive.
a dozen to save.
A couple rangers will show up from patrols that get captured, killed. She doesn't know how many of them are killed or how many of them are captured, so she has no idea how many are still alive or how many have been killed, but last she knew there were a solid dozen.
Kieran will look at Aaidan and say, well, it sounds like the tower is going to be our final destination, but I don't like the idea of having unknowns behind us, so my vote is that we clear out the rest of these buildings, make sure that we take care of any occupants inside. Maybe there are surviving rangers there that we can bring here and kind of gather together with Oberyn. Otherwise, I think we know ultimately where we have to go.
Yeah, I say let's start down at the kennels and work our way clockwise up to the tower.
I agree with your assessment. I think that our options are clear. We'll leave one of us to watch the door at the tower, if in case they decide to come to us instead. And Oberyn, if you'll be kind enough to tend to these two. What was your names again?
The one here will say, my name is Mila. And the one down here, she seems a little bit younger. So this one here is probably early 20s. This one's probably late teens.
Okay.
And she will say, my name's Agip.
He'll nod. Well, it is always a pleasure to meet a fellow ranger. Oberyn will take good care of you for what we can do, and we'll try to get you out of here as soon as we can.
Oberyn will step up and she'll kind of look to you and be like, I don't know if you suffered many wounds from the battle, but I could channel if you needed it. Or if you wanted to hold off until later, that's fine. I only have a certain number I can do per day, but if you need it, let me know.
If I were to put a numerical value, I would say that I'm feeling about a 44 out of 74. I would be willing to sing Caden's praises.
She can channel 5 times a day.
Channel,
Each one
does
is-
she not have any other heals, like Cure Light Wounds or anything?
Yeah, she has that. It's just channel gets in everybody.
Yeah.
So
I don't need it, so...
Yeah, Jessup's as a numerical value 47 out of 53, so I figured we could use that, do channels before we go in the tower, so I say we sweep the rest of the floors here in case there is more combat, then we can heal
So do
up.
you just want a cure spell then instead?
Yeah, just a cure spell or two.
Cure. She has 1 cure mod prepared today and 1 cure light.
Only one of each.
Yes. She has her domain spells, both strength and enlarge person. she prepared a bless just in case, a lesser restoration just in case, and then an obscuring mist just in case she had to get away.
Yeah, that sounds wise.
What are you at?
I'm at 44 out of 74.
Yeah, she's got a mod and a light,
Yeah.
whichever one you want.
Even with her caster level, I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming with the mod.
She's a 3rd level cleric, 3rd level ranger, so it would be 1d8 plus 3 or 2d8 plus 3.
2d8 plus 3 would be enough to just bring me back into the fight. No problems. And the tough
She
consequences.
This guy
rolls-
has like more HP still than
And
on the
8
party.
and a 6, so you get 17 hit points.
Nice. And that's enough for me to feel comfortable to sweep the room and see
Yep.
what we do.
Jason, is it cold in here?
In the game or in my room?
Sorry. Funny. In the game.
It
Is
is.
it cold?
It's a bit chilly. Because I think we are now mid-March. We're into the later stages of March, so it's not like too bad.
A
But it's
spring
a bit
jacket
chilly.
kind of day.
Yeah, you'd probably want more than tattered clothing if you had it, but
All right, so Kieran's going to pull out a heat stone and activate that
okay,
kind
that'll
of
do.
in this general vicinity, so that will provide warmth for anyone that's staying in this room.
That'll do. Sirio's just out of luck up there on his own.
He loves it. He loves everything that's pain and gloom, so I'm sure he's just in his element up there.
I honestly feel like he enjoys feeling useful. And if he had a Talos, standing watch would probably be it.
He, as you guys are leaving, you can hear him mumbling to himself, and as he's looking at the door, he's like, "Y'all better have a fire in there. I don't care how cold it is, I'll outlast you."
The stinker.
He's so dark.
All right. Well, I like Jessup's vote, or whoever, can't remember who it was. I like the idea of going southwest, trying the kennel first, seeing what's in there, just moving clockwise through the fort. Maybe stopping back here, and then I don't know how the tower's gonna go. If we'll meet resistance there. Obviously, that guy running away was running towards something, whether it be the dragon or other reinforcements. We don't know, but we should probably assume that they know we're here.
Yeah, so let's make haste.
Okay.
Real quick.
So you guys make your way to the kennel. Aaidan
that was just
rolls
to
a
see.
crappy heal check.
Yeah, it was just to see how they are, as far
Oh.
as you just said like they're starved, but
Yeah, so they have non-lethal damage. They're not doing great, but it's mostly non-lethal damage from starvation, which cannot be healed naturally. I
They
mean,
need-
cannot be healed magically. So
Any thorns removed?
st-
Frampton's
Can't
on
come
it.
back from starvation.
starvation
Jessup
has to
will-
be
yeah.
healed through time.
Just we'll wait here for Aiden to get down through. Kind of pull him aside. Aiden, come here.
hey, what's up, Jessup?
You fuck good back there. Fuck good. Hey, a geep in there. She's close to your age. Pretty cute, wouldn't you say?
Both of them are close to my age, Jessup, but I have little time for romance.
What? What do you mean? Hey, the way that you fight in combat, you might have not much time left. I'm just saying, if you need help, Uncle Jessup is here to give you advice.
All right, Jessup, I'm wise enough not to know to throw away that opportunity. In a couple of months' time, if I'm feeling better about the idea of love, I'll come back to you. How about that? And then he gives him a smile. She was pretty cute.
Just gets a big old grin.
Let me roll a perception to see if Auburn heard that. She can work on the other side. No, she didn't hear it.
I mean,
That'd be a good team though. Have Jessup on Aiden's side, have Auburn on the other side.
To have a bard on one side and a half-blind lady on the other. Hey, did you get a look at that youngster there? Not a lot of suitors in the old Fangwood, if you catch my drift. Like, what? What?
No, there's not.
They'd be like, they just look at him. Do you have any bread or apples?
Like, we're
anything?
literally starving.
We haven't in
This
like
is the
3
furthest thing
days,
from my
so-
mind.
Yes, but what's your initial thought on Aaidan's appearance?
I mean, he has a very punchable face. Do you have any bread?
He does have quite a punchable face. If
mean,
there's,
Yeah, but he's got a great personality.
if there's any-
Actually, that's not true. He doesn't.
Do you have any? Do you
That's
have any
not-
bread?
That's
And
true.
ration. He has ration.
Can't take you out on a date. We can go stay next to a catapult, sharing some rations.
Oh,
I don't like where
boy.
this conversation's going.
Hey, I'm
Okay.
just trying to help out any way that I can.
Moving on to the kennel.
Fine.
What is-
Cranston opens the door hoping he dies.
what a
So-
segue.
Why does it always end up talking about like relationships?
So,
It's funny
was
that
that-
it's always Jason too.
I want to see Jason roleplay that. I just want to see it. It's probably
No.
gonna be nuggets of knowledge.
you really
I don't. Most
I-
romance I think I'm fine to handle off screen.
So you guys come down to the kennel here. Frampton goes to open the door, and it doesn't open because it's chained. And Frampton's like, "Oh, it's chained. Why did I just try to open the door?" No, just kidding. But no, you do go to the door, and you do see that a heavy chain holds it shut. It is chained from this side.
Is it locked or just a chain wrapped around? it?
It looks like a pretty cheap padlock is locking the chain. So it is chained and locked, but you could attempt to disable it if you so desired.
Kieran,
For
you got that
you-
key ring though,
But
don't you?
yeah, I've got keys here. If you need the practice, that's fine too.
Always
and
use
I-
bit of
I also-
practice.
I also
Needs
want
to
to.
raise his lock-picking skills.
Oh, okay, I hear
So,
nothing.
Frampton, you start to disable it, and they try to stop you, but you open the lock before they even get to you. DC 20, so you're able to disable the lock there.
I can see a
first
very
try.
cockily. What was that? Oh, I'm sorry. And then he goes to open the door for him.
I imagine he's not
Oh,
even
you got
looking at the
keys?
lock.
Whoa.
He's just looking at us
Looking at Kieran as he does the lock.
as he does
and
the
then it
lock,
falls.
and then it just. Chink.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Right,
Okay.
right. You know, you're pretty good at that, so I wouldn't want to make it too easy on you. You know.
Oh, right. And then he'll rip the chain off the handles.
You pull the chain off the door.
No, I
Um,
ripped the chain off
Okay,
the door.
you rip the chain off the door. It echoes through the forest. Do you open the door?
Yeah.
You open
I
the
didn't
door.
go through all that to not open a door. No, he does all that and then goes, okay, on to the next building.
That was very classic. Like, right. But do you open the door?
You
Yeah.
open the door?
Do you step into the room? Do you
You-
step on that square in particular?
You slowly,
Don't step. I pop a head in.
you slowly push open the door. You pop your head in, and you see a dozen cages line the western and northeastern walls of this wedge-shaped room. The doors of these cages are bent off their hinges, some of them lying on the floor, crusted with dried blood. A double door is set to the northeastern wall, which is the one you just opened. It is slightly askew and chained. Well, no longer chained. Yeah, you're looking into the room from where you're standing. You just see a dozen cages, all with the doors ripped open on the ground, crusted with blood.
Clearly, I walk in. I take a 5-foot step in.
You step in. I don't believe that there are any bodies of the dogs here. Actually, no, there's no. Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah,
did they
you
eat the
see.
dogs?
You kind of. It's been a long time, but even so, you can smell the faint trace of troll stench. And you can see that there's dried dog blood that coats the floor of the cages.
Frampton gets
There's
knuckle bones out.
there's some stray bones gristle. The walls and ceiling are smeared with offal. It's a disgusting sight. But there are no like dog corpses left behind. Probably eaten fairly whole.
I don't know about hobgoblins so much, but I know that regular goblins hate dogs, so it wouldn't surprise me if that hatred also runs in their larger counterparts. If that's the case, I can't imagine that these dogs went out in a good way.
Oh, that's quite unfortunate. I rather like dogs.
Well,
I'm just reading you. Go ahead. I'm just reading something.
well, if there's not really much in here, I probably want to press onward to the next building.
Oh, right. We won't want to delay
Okay.
talking about nonsensical relationships and nothing. Let's move on.
So-
Tally ho.
You do see what appears to be a corpse in the far corner of the building, actually.
This corner?
This corner. Whoops.
Oh, hello.
This corner.
Kieran.
And this one, it's not a dog corpse. This one is a humanoid corpse.
Human or humanoid?
Humanoid. I mean, it's just like the skeletal remains. So, might have been human, might have been elf.
Is there anything of note on said corpse?
So Kieran and Aaidan are going up to inspect it. Okay.
Cause of death.
Don't you dare tell me it's another rot grub.
Yeah, Jessup will just stay at the door.
Jessup stand at the door. Frampton, where are you going?
Frampton will stand right here, ready to rip any rock grubs that potentially enter his allies clean out.
So you
Just like a
guys walk up to the corpse, and you can see that it's nothing more than skeletal remains at this point. But it does appear to have a tattered green, well, most of a tattered green poncho. Likely was once a ranger, but is now very dead. With a 19 healed check, Aaidan, extraordinarily dead. Like, it would be difficult to be more dead than this.
Yes. Can I
Um,
determine the cause of death?
Cause of death was probably just being torn apart and
Limb
eaten
to
alive.
limb and He did not suffer a good fate, Kieran.
Well, it's like I wrote in the chat. I bet you the dogs were starving and they threw the rangers in here, either as punishment or maybe to try to get him to talk. And who knows if he talked or if he had any time to talk.
But that's one. One of maybe 12, she said.
Right.
Everyone roll a perception check. Yeah, Aaidan, you can roll again or keep the other one. I don't care.
You don't care?
Yeah, it's up to you. I don't know if is that perception check one that you rolled at the door, or is that one you
That was
rolled
one
when you
that-
were walking in?
That was at the door, and like as I was
Okay,
walking
roll
in,
anyone then.
there's a collective. What's going on in here?
Okay, so we have a 15 for Kieran, 19 for Frampton, 6 for Jessup, 16 for Aaidan. Okay. So you guys are kind of looking around the room. There's nothing super interesting that you can see. Actually, Frampton, no, because of the distance, you don't see it either, because you're not in the building. Otherwise,
What's
you would have
that?
seen
I
it.
walk in and then reroll?
You can walk in the building and if you want and have that roll, that's fine. But if you're just at the doorway, you wouldn't see it. Okay, so if you're walking in to look at it, then you would hit the DC 23 with your canny observer to notice that there is a buried stash of items in the south corner over here.
Doesn't Kenny Observer have to be talking and whispering?
No. it's
I believe it is
object.
spotting hidden objects or whispered
Or
conversations.
conversations.
So-
Yeah.
Adding it in, you just hit the DC 23 perception check to notice it. There's a loose stone in the floor, it looks like, and you can barely see something peeking out from under it. Yeah,
I feel
so
like
you-
this scene is very like investigator video game, like where you've got like 13 suspects that you're looking to try to find, and you like find the first one, scratch it out of your investigator's book, deceased, move on
Yep.
to the next one.
And there's
And-
meanwhile there's a guy doing the worm behind you towards a stash under the floor.
You go over to the stash and you kind of lift up the stone to see what's in there. And as you do, you hear a noise coming
Set
from
off.
behind you.
To set off a trap.
A soft wailing noise as appearing out of nowhere is this creature.
Ooh. Like
Just
face.
bait us into finding that and then
Look at that
you can
face.
totally take that role and go into the
Right?
room,
Yeah.
Frampton.
Yeah.
No
Go for it.
problem.
Or how he was like, I don't know,
You
Josh.
barely meet the DC.
Do you
of
want to keep that
23.
26? That's okay. Yeah, keep that if you want to.
I'm
Yeah,
just
so-
a benevolent GM.
Jessup will relatch the door with the chain and go tell the Jeep that hopefully she wasn't.
They're all
attacked
dead.
by Aaidan. Yeah.
Jason, real quick, I had meant to ask this earlier and I forgot, but the one vial that Kieran couldn't identify, would you allow Jessup a chance to roll spellcraft on that? Like while we were all talking back in
Yeah.
the room?
Yeah, you could have had somebody else roll on it.
I'll just take a 10.
I brought over a couple of vials too.
Sorry, I don't mean to hang that up, but it might be important.
So I'll just the vial that Aaidan has is the same as the one that you didn't identify. So
Okay.
if whoever wants to roll can succeed on this identification, you'll know both of them.
Is it alchemical in nature or just magical?
It's just a potion, a magical potion.
Yeah, I was just taking a 10 for a 20.
You can still use alchemy to identify
20
potions, if I'm not mistaken.
20 is 15 plus the caster level.
Oh, I thought we determined we can't for potions.
You can what?
You can roll I think a craft alchemy check, a perception check, and spellcraft to all to identify potions.
Perception you can do, yeah, by the rules. I would allow, well, it's distinctly
did this
different
last
from alchemy.
Yeah,
It's
we did this
distinctly
last
different
time,
from
but we were
alchemy.
like, magic's not technically alchemy.
Well,
Like potions
yeah.
are fit on the alchemical thing, but it's distinctly different.
I will advocate, however, by default, the alchemist gets brew potion as a bonus feat. I think the flavor is pretty. And in Sandpoint, during the one thing, you could use alchemy to identify the potion in the game that they set up.
Yeah, I can't remember if they did that or not because Rowan did perception.
Yeah, they did. 'cause
That wasn't a game by the book. That was a.
Ah, Sarah, my raw argument has fallen apart.
Yeah. I mean, I'll let you roll at a higher DC.
I think that's what we did last time, was a higher DC for the alchemy.
But yeah, so we have okay.
Yeah.
11 that wouldn't hit the normal DC. DC 20 I think just hits the DC because it is a second level spell. So caster level, no, third level, second level spell. Anyways, it's enough to meet the DC. So 2 potions of cure moderate wounds.
Nice.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Yeah, that might come in handy, maybe.
We don't need healing. This is Iron Fang. We don't need it.
If you don't mind, Frampton 1 and Aaidan 1, or Kieran, did you want to hold on to it?
Don't be my guest.
Okie dokie dokie.
Man, I'll take one.
Okay.
What was it?
I will remove it from.
Cure moderate.
Okay.
Oh, I have 2
Okay.
potions of cure light wound. Ooh.
Just keep asking everybody else for healing, though. It's fine.
I forgot. I
I
forgot
forgot to
some.
until I opened up. Yeah,
Yeah.
until I opened up
Well-
the thing. I was like, I have.
I
2
bought
potions
some
of
from
cure light
Vels.
wound. Yep.
Yeah. I feel like potions are kind of like a last resort in combat.
They
kind of
are.
deal.
I have a wand of reduce animal.
Anyways, back to this situation here.
No. Let's talk about the wand of reduce animal.
This creature appears like out of nowhere. It just emanates into existence and wails as it sees the 3 of you. You can see chains coming from the wrists and ankles of this creature that just kind of evaporate into nothingness as it begins to move towards Frampton. And I need everybody to roll initiative.
I think I know what
okay.
happened here and what this is. Oh, the clothes
Is this-
green.
Is this a
The
they
cloaks
call
and
it?
stuff. Of the
It looks like
Fire
Ranger garb.
initiatives.
specter. Yeah, I figured.
Ooh,
Ooh.
Quite.
look at them
qu-
initiatives.
that became foreshadowing when I said, "Oh, it's quite a gruesome fate." No, gruesome enough.
Okay, so we've got a 26 initiative for Jessup, a 28 initiative for Frampton, a 16 initiative for Kieran, and a 13 for Aaidan. Okay, I'll sort that. This creature rolled a 30 stealth and is incorporeal. So
Don't like
It-
that.
is going to be attacking you guys in the surprise round. Well, it can't attack, but in the surprise round, it is going to move over towards Frampton. Top of round 1,
Oh, sorry.
anything that was minutes per level is gone.
Heroism is 10 minutes per level, so I would have had
Right.
an hour and 10 minutes.
So you made it sound like you waited an hour for Sirio to not be deaf anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably gone.
So I suspect anything that's not hours per level is probably gone too.
I'll accept that.
So top of round 1, it is Frampton. So you don't know what this is without a knowledge religion, but it is you've seen incorporeal before probably.
He weeps gently.
We fought one? Yes. With this.
With the
Wait, I
traitor
fought.
there.
I
Yeah,
fought.
you fought one. I don't know if anybody else has fought one in this campaign, but you might have seen or heard of.
We
incorporeals
didn't
before.
fight one, but the
Math from
money
Dev.
guy.
You did see
and
the you did see the ghost, so you've seen
Yeah.
an incorporeal creature before. You know this is incorporeal. You just don't know what this is exactly.
So when it came, as soon as I opened that little stash,
It was basically it was going to appear, and I just wanted to know who was in the room
And he
and
baited
who
you.
noticed the stash. The stash was DC 23, so I wanted to. Basically, I was going to flavor it as whoever went to the stash would trigger it, but it was going to show up either way.
oh, okay, so it's not like I get the vibe that it was inherently
Yeah.
tied to that stash.
You don't
just
you
the
don't
GM
feel like
baited
it's
you.
angry at you because of the stash.
No, it looks like to me like it was drawn and quartered, pulled apart, and eaten, and that's why it's become a specter.
Do magic weapons hit incorporeal creatures?
Yes.
Do I know that?
Yes. So an incorporeal creature has no physical body, but it can only be harmed by other incorporeal creatures, magic weapons, or creatures that strike as magic weapons, spells, spell-like abilities, and supernatural abilities.
What
It is
about a
immune.
mithril dagger.
It is immune to all non-magical attacks.
Okay.
Even when hit by spells or magic weapons, it takes half damage from a corporeal source. So if your weapon is not a +1 or anything like that,
or
you
ghost
can do
touch.
no damage. If it is a +1, or if it's ghost touch, that's a different thing. But if it is a +1, you do half damage.
I feel like this is a job for Kieran, so I want to run away.
Okay.
For a minute.
You could
Acrobatics?
withdraw, or you could acrobatics. Because if you withdraw, you could do something like this and get away.
Yeah.
Either of those. With withdrawing, you have to move back and then start to go to the side. Acrobatics, you could just go straight to where you want to go. But you move at half speed with acrobatics, so.
Do acrobatics. Because I just want to get like here.
Okay.
So.
Well, then withdrawing is because you can move through Aaidan Square.
Oh, can you? Okay, well then I could just withdraw then and get
Okay,
there.
so
Yeah.
you withdraw back into the corner there.
Yep.
All right. That comes to you, Jessup. You saw this creature appear and then move to the corner.
Can I roll a religion check?
Yeah, go ahead and roll knowledge relig. 19. You are able to identify this creature. You do not get extra information, but you are able to identify it as a specter.
Hmm.
A lawful evil, medium, undead, incorporeal creature. And I will get some info about specters here. Once the page loads.
They run.
Maybe. Okay. So specters are translucent ghostly figures that fade into view from damp mist, their face contorted by wrath into a hideous mask. Specters are evil undead that hate sunlight and living things. Most are the remnants of murdered or evil humans, their anger preventing them from entering the afterlife. Like ghosts, specters haunt the places of their death and seek to draw others into the lonely abyss of undeath. A specter looks much like it did in life and can be easily recognized by those who knew the individual. They retain a strong sense of identity, and even ancient insane specters generally remain coherent. Evil historians and necromancers often try to ally with specters for the knowledge they held in life. So,
Okay.
that's what you learn about specters.
That thing, Spectre, must be the ghostly remains of that poor ranger. It's super pissed and gonna kill you guys. I'd get out of there if I were you.
Okay. Do you move or anything, or are you gonna...
No, I'm gonna delay.
Okay. That brings us to the Spectre. Spectre's gonna 5-foot step over here. And it's gonna attack Aaidan.
Who is flat-footed.
Oh no!
Can you imagine if Aaidan,
Oh,
the commander
boy.
of the Rangers,
It's
is
probably
killed by
going-
an undead ranger?
It's
the
probably
commander
going-
of the Ranger.
It's probably going against his touch AC, even.
Yeah, this is not great.
Rolled a nat 20.
Maybe I'll
I feel like-
get... Maybe
I
I'll
feel like
get a
there's
save.
Negative levels. Some
I'll
negative
roll it
levels.
in the... I'll roll it in the chat.
Yeah, maybe I'll get a
1d20 in the chat.
Maybe I'll get a save.
Hey, 12.
That's gonna be a 22 against your touch AC.
Oh, yeah,
Hit
that'll...
the hit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yikes.
Okay, that's not good. You take 5 points of damage,
Well, that's not good.
and you take 2 temporary negative levels.
No! No!
Not again!
No!
We
As
don't have a
this
cleric this
creature-
time.
This creature possesses energy drain 2 levels per hit. Which means on a critical, that is 4 levels. If you take 7, you die. You are 1 critical away from death. Actually,
That's
all
not-
of you are 1 critical.
that's
No,
not
You are.
Good.
Yeah, you're pretty much 1 critical away from death. But it only has the 1 attack, so you're fine. Moving on, we have Kieran.
Frampton, I know what you want, but we don't have time for that. We gotta get out of here and just pray that it doesn't follow us. And
Doesn't like sunlight, and we're light out now, so we should be good.
he's going to...
Fight it with
Frampton's like,
this.
you know what I want? I don't know what I want. What do I want?
For record, Frampton never said he wanted to stay. He found it and it immediately appeared. Like,
Oh, well, I was assuming that you wanted magic weapon, like before on the rapier. That's just what I was guessing.
No.
That's why you came over. I'm double
No.
moving to get out of here. I'm
just
gonna
won't let go.
move 50 feet back. Yep.
Okay. You double move out of the room, Aaidan. I see what you're trying to do.
Ooh.
Good luck with that.
I'm-
It looks like you can't exit the room.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks, doesn't it?
Actually, can I interject?
Yeah.
You can go if you want, yeah. After Kieran, I'll drop you down here.
Here.
Aiden's
Okay.
biscuits are in trouble.
So I didn't think about what you'll do, but we're actually, that was Frampton, not Jessup. Dang
Yep.
it. Jessup, what are you doing?
Jessup will. All right, guys, you got to get out of here, and he will cast haste on Frampton.
Okay. So haste is something that you can cast at a distance, and it will affect anybody that's within 30 feet of each other. So you'll only affect Aaidan and Frampton. But you are able to cast haste on both of them, yep.
And then I will ready an action for when they leave. Basically, I'm going to bolt with them.
Also affect him. Is he within 30 feet?
No.
No, he's 35 feet from Frampton.
Okay.
So
Okay.
only the 2 of them get it.
Gotcha.
So that is Jessup's turn. He casts haste. Aaidan, now it is your turn. You are hasted.
Knowledge check.
Sure, knowledge religion.
I have invested ranks into it.
See if you can roll high enough to get extra. Unfortunately, because of the -2 from energy drain,
Oh.
you missed the DC 17 to identify it as a specter.
That's really too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So can we generalize that though? Maybe he's never fought a specter before.
You know it's undead. You know it's incorporeal.
And can he put it to rest somehow? That'd be nice. That'd be the best thing for the poor ranger.
You have no idea.
Yeah, Josh the player with haste is thinking, ooh, extra attack.
With your non-magical greatsword.
Magical bow.
Sure. Yeah.
In melee?
Good 5-foot step.
I'm
Yeah.
game. Do it.
He also has a magical short sword.
I'm game. Do it. I'm
So,
all for this.
Yeah. But
I'm all for it.
instead, he will withdraw now
Okay.
with the additional movement speed. What is my movement speed?
Your movement speed should be 40, so you can move a total of 80 feet as a double move.
Yeah. So it's 50 there. And we'll catch all the way up with Kieran.
Top of the round, we have Frampton.
Well, clearly Frampton wanted to stay, you know.
Kieran knew what he wanted. He wanted to stay
Kieran
in
knew
there.
what was up. He wanted to
Yeah.
stay in there.
Yeah, no, I knew what was going on, even if you didn't know.
Technically, can he withdraw through that one space if he wanted to?
Nope, you only don't provoke from the first square.
Oh,
Just
Where
the
you're
first.
starting in. Yeah. But he can double move out of the room.
doesn't
it is
haste
now-
increase your speed too?
Yeah, by quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, by your speed is now 60,
60.
normally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just single move out.
Yep. So it is now this creature's turn. It's going to fly up to here. And
Tickle Jessup.
Jessup, it goes out to actually it goes up to here. It goes out to touch you. But as soon as its hand gets to like the exact point where it would hit the door, even though the door is open, you can see the chain on its arm goes taut, and it stops its movement. It's trying to get to you, but it can't get to you from that point.
Aww.
And that brings us back to Kieran.
Right? I was weirdly sad.
Now you guys
by
can
that.
just stand
I
there
was
and
like,
stamina.
Yeah, that kind of. It's really sad because we know the story. It's a ranger who is literally drawn and quartered, eaten alive probably, and just terrible fate. A hero
I bet-
of Nermathis, you know.
Sirio is jealous. It's like, man, if there's
Sirio.
ever a way to go, that's
was-
the way to go.
Talk
it
about a
was me.
blaze! Talk about a blaze of glory. Am I right, guys, or am I right? It's not about the journey; it's about the end. How will you
So-
die?
Kieran, are you doing anything?
Oh, it's my turn. I'm so sorry. So can I see that it can't come out?
Yep, it's pretty clear it can't leave the building, it seems.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to hold a magic missile for if it somehow were to come out, but
Okay.
I don't think it will. But when Jessup moves, if it tries to follow, I'm gonna magic missile.
Next up, it is Jessup.
He will kind of look at the spectre. I'm so sorry, my friend. And he will shut the doors, one move action, and another move action. Just
Okay.
move back to the group.
That would provoke. The creature goes to lash out at you, but again, can't get past the doorway. And as you close the door, you can hear it wailing as it kind of like the wailing gets further away from the door.
It takes its action. When do I get to go?
I mean, you can go now if you want. It's just he closed the door, so I didn't know what you wanted to do.
I was gonna try a 5-foot step and take a couple of shots at him if the door didn't get closed, but it did.
This door is closed, so you wouldn't be able to see him.
Yeah, and from there, yeah, I'll save the arrows. I was just gonna try to kill it and set its soul to rest.
Dealing half damage, there's no way you would kill it in one round.
Not even with 5 attacks, no way.
What's the maximum possible damage you can get if you hit with everything?
If I hit with everything, I got max damage on all of it.
Yeah.
Not including crits. Oh, I have energy drain now, which is something to consider.
Hmm.
So, like, what's your damage per arrow?
My damage per arrow is right now, because of all the negs, I would get 1d8 plus 5.
So let's just say 13 per arrow. If you hit it 5 times, half damage. No, you wouldn't kill it in 1 round. It's got more than 30, 40 hit points, so you'd have to crit it like twice and then hit on your other attacks to kill it in 1 round. So you'd be better off saving your arrows.
I'm sure, but Aaidan's knowledge is not perfect about the undead, and I think that in his mind, if he can slay it, it might get some peace.
But yeah, Frampton, in the moment that you were able to see into the stash, it looked like there were several bags of coins, and a pair of gloves and some sort of bead. But you didn't get a good look at what all was in there before the thing attacked.
He brought it with him. Didn't you know that?
I don't think he did.
Yeah, he did.
I grabbed everything before I ran.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
For sure did.
I heard him spend the move action.
No, I don't think so. I didn't hear it. But no, the door is now closed.
Yep.
What all do you want to do?
Aaidan, you don't look very good. It seemed to reach out and kind of grab a hold of inside of you. Are you all right?
He's kind of got like his hand on his like chest as he's trying to catch his breath. I'm all right for now. Thank you for your concern, Kieran. I felt this before. I can't put it into words, but it's a sort of, I don't know, like a painful nihilism or something.
Right. I don't really know much about them, but I know that as soon as it came into existence, I felt a chill down my spine.
We fought a white, right? That's what
Yes. Yep. You fought a white.
I once met an old hunter. A white. He had become after undeath, suffering that. So I fought this before. It always leaves me feeling uneasy and sad. That someone's soul would be damned because in their last moments they faced such a brutal end. I always thought when Nolan told me the stories that it hardly seemed fair. And as they're walking back,
I don't really know anything about them, but is there a way to put them out of this undeath? I assume just doing enough damage to it, but is there any other way to... I mean, I can only imagine what it went through in order to come back in such a horrible state.
Aaidan shrugs his shoulders. My grandfather was just a community priest. He would tell me stories of holy warriors and paladins who could smite the undead, and even those that could redeem them, but I don't know the specifics. And the other cleric I used to meet, man of Torag, he could do a little to help them. But no one really knows. The planes are confusing, and undeath is... He shrugs his shoulder. Nobody knows. He told me stories of the overpowered characters with Smite Evil. I do know that different sorts of specters and undead and incorporeals, some of them have special ways that you can set them to rest. Haunts, especially, but I've never encountered them in real life, and I don't remember much about them. I only invested 2 ranks. So I don't know a lot.
Hopefully the rest of the fort goes a little better here. Maybe if we contend and take care of that black dragon and stuff, we can come back and see if we can help this poor ranger. But for now, we have to make sure we secure the fort. Task at hand.
I think that is the right way to move, Jessup. And for what it is worth, that creature in there seems bound to that place.
Probably for the best.
Well, let's go up here. I say we open the forge. Maybe have 2 and 2 go in both rooms.
Great. I think maybe Frampton and me on one side, maybe Jessup and Aaidan on the other.
Just to clarify, the fence here is 10 feet tall.
Oh, there's no gate to the fence? You have to
There's
get
no
to it
gate. No,
through-
you have to
okay.
either go in through the upper building or climb the fence. You could climb the fence. There's nothing stopping you from climbing the fence. It's just a...
Also,
Tall.
did you say that Aubryn happened to coincidentally cast Restoration?
Lesser.
lesser
Lesser.
restoration.
She's only a 3rd level cleric.
She's multi-classed.
So nothing to help me.
Don't worry, you'll get a fortitude
Yeah.
save tomorrow before it becomes permanent.
Yeah, tomorrow you'll get a fortitude save.
So I have to suffer this consequence for this adventuring day.
So the plan is for 2 of you to enter the
I don't
forge
know.
and 2 of you to enter the armory?
No.
That's the old classic party split.
Nah.
No, I think
Yep.
we're checking out the forge.
Going in.
I thought 2 are going to the forge and 2 are going to the tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
yes,
no, no,
yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes,
no,
that's
no,
where
no,
we're
no, no, no.
Yes, yes, yes.
One person is going to the tower, one person's going to the armory, one person to the forge, and then the other person is going to fight the white or the.
I like
yes.
that.
Yes,
Yes,
I like that
yes.
too. Jason loves this plan.
We're
Okay.
drawing lots to see who gets to do what.
So, Frampton, are you opening the door?
Why, of course.
So you open the door and you see a little bit inside here. I'll do about
It's the fire
that
element.
much,
from
I think.
Way back in Phaendar.
So you can see that far just from where you're standing. Roll another perception check.
Yeah, look what that got me into last time.
You hear a very soft snoring deeper in
Oh.
the room.
So I just kind of give the old shh symbol, and then I'd
Kieran
like to try.
is gonna wave you over.
What?
He'll
What do you
whisper.
want? What?
Hold up, back up here, back up here.
Oh, okay. Be a
And
very heavy sleeper. Sleep
he
through all
will cast invisibility on you.
the- Oh, excellent. Yes, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were just talking to Frampton. I'll go back with Jess.
I'm sorry, I misunderstanding and all, I just didn't want it to hear me, but
That's alright.
So now, invisible, Frampton will stealthily go in.
That plus 20 is going to come in clutch. It's also sleeping, which he already takes a penalty for that. So
Yeah. So 51 plus whatever penalty to sleeping.
I think it's
Take that, Vickett.
I think it's minus 10 while asleep.
Anyone coming close to the door, I also need perception. Stealth checks.
How close? As close as
Like
um,
within 10 feet. Because, like, if you're going.
Did everybody just? Jason's like, I am not amused. I am not amused.
So, Frampton, you enter the room.
Yep.
And
I'm not amused.
you see this. It is a very much looks like a forge. You see one creature that is next to the anvil here. It looks like it is just a goblin, like not a hobgoblin, just like a regular old goblin. Sitting back in a chair, kind of like arms crossed, feet up on the anvil. The chair is kind of like tilted back about 45 degrees or so, just kind of snoring there a little bit. But it's very light. It's not like a deep sleep. But just a goblin, just slacking.
But
off
it is
by
a
the
goblin.
anvil. It is just a regular old goblin.
I am positive that it is a goblin.
As far as you can tell, you can roll a knowledge local if you want to.
Yeah.
He's like, give me a reason not to cut across this thing.
It's a ranger in disguise.
Yeah, right.
It is not a halfling. It is a goblin.
Okay.
But is it a gnome?
Yes.
It's not a gnome.
Okay.
Is it a other short-sized race? besides goblin.
Okay, so Frampton will stealth back out. I'll give you a stealth here.
Okay.
And he'll go, right, I think it's a goblin. I'm fairly positive it's a goblin. Should I kill it?
Aaidan will pull out his dagger and then look to Jessup and Kieran and inquisitively be like, stabby, 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 stab.
Right, but it might also have information, and if it's just a regular goblin, it would be easier to overpower and subdue than hobgoblin. You think we could gain any information just from trying to talk to it? And, you know, if worse comes to worse, it's 4 against 1.
Right, that's not a terrible idea.
Aaidan will sigh and pull out from his cloak of many weapons some rope.
Hey, that's valuable to some people in Misthome.
Oh yeah,
Sure.
that's a good point. I should look for more rope.
I don't rightly have a blunt weapon to use. Can't exactly knock something out with a rapier.
I don't think that you need to knock him out. Just shut him up. Make it so he can't talk, and then
Well, if we'll
wrap
just
him up.
all get in there, and
okay.
we'll have Frampton go up and block the exit there, and then we can block the exit here. I'll see if I can use some of my fancy woodsmithing, convince it, divulge information.
Right, that's a plan then. And Frampton will go up there and wait.
So I'll finger gun Frampton, so I guess when Seed's in position, he can relay that.
All right, and I'll go ahead and take my
I'll
stealth
attempt
check.
Yeah, I'll attempt to get in stealth, but
Do my stealth pass,
guess-
Jason.
let me. How about you let
We're
me
good.
go first, Aaidan? So then that way, if I fail but I'm in, you can at least block the door from the outside.
Yeah, we'll do.
So I'll try to stealth in first. This is going to fail.
Oh, I thought
Okay.
that was your stealth. I was like, a 25! That's
Actually, my
Aiden's.
stealth isn't terrible. I will actually, before we move,
Inspire
so we're-
confidence in myself.
Oh wait, I can't do that. We decided we couldn't. Never mind.
Right.
I'll just roll.
Remember, he's
So you're-
sleeping.
Moving into the room. Yep.
Yep.
So you enter the room, and as you do, the creature does in fact notice you. Even with a -10, it rolled a 12 on the die, and with its perception bonus, does beat a 9. So the creature kind of jostles to be awake at the sound of you entering the room, and you can hear the sound, and Frampton, you can actually see the chair topple over as the creature falls backwards, startled,
Into the floor.
and kind of rolls backwards a little bit away from the from the anvil, and quickly like steps up and like pats. It looks like a female hobgoblin. Pats down her clothes. Is like, I was working. Wait a second.
Female hobgoblin?
Female goblin.
Oh, sorry.
Did she say that in Goblin?
In Goblin, she was basically starting out saying is like, I was working, and then she sees you and she's like, you're not a hobgoblin. What are you doing here?
Well, hello. My name is Jessup, and I'm one of the rangers that have come back, and we have retaken the fort. And we are just coming in to get some information from you, if you would be so kind, or you may meet the end of like the other hobgoblins in this area.
That's a pretty good
Kind
line.
of tilts her head a little bit, cocks an eyebrows, like, all right, sure. I assume you're looking for the prisoners. They're in the building to the south.
Dirty dog.
You're referring to the kennels.
Yeah.
The only building that it would be in that direction is the kennel that you just came from. Yeah.
And I can. That's very funny there. Actually, we were already there and encountered a fallen ranger who was turned into a white, and we have dispatched that as well. So, nice try.
Wow,
I
very
hate to,
impressive. Roll a bluff on that.
Yeah, no, Aiden's gonna hop into the aid. I hate to tell you this, but it is the case. And he flaunts his
Ugh.
green poncho.
This is gross. You have such high bonuses. I feel like Frampton.
I'll roll to aid.
Don't bother.
I want to anyway.
Is that a don't bother as in really
With
good or
a-
don't bother is very bad?
With a very much higher than 16 sense motive. She
Oh.
kind of grins, is like, very impressive. I'm sure it was a very difficult fight. You
Clearly
look
she
none the
knows
worse
what
for
happened.
wear.
She deserves to die because she knows what happened. She was clearly there when they killed the.
Yeah, it was a little bad. You can see that I've got blood on me, but
You
we
speak
were
Goblin?
victorious in the end.
Hey,
Yeah, I speak
Sure you
Goblin.
were. Sure
Well-
you were.
No, really.
Sorry, boys. I tried to do it my way. Diplomacy didn't work, so.
I have a
just walks
question
out.
for you.
Then he'll come back.
Do you like pets?
Like an animal for me, or do I like pets? I mean, I'd like a good run down here or there.
In general, I have a pet I'd like to show you. And she then says, Man Watcher, get out here. And coming out from the barrels is a
Oh, boy.
creature that's a six-legged creature. And as you're looking in that direction, you guys can roll a knowledge, I believe it is dungeoneering.
Stab at Frampton.
What actually is that knowledge dungeoneering? That might be knowledge nature.
Rolled it.
They're the same for me.
I think this is actually knowledge nature. I'll.
Did you roll a
goodness.
stealth?
It is not knowledge nature. What is it? Knowledge arcana.
Oh, I can't see
Magical
it.
beast.
A magical beast.
I'm not there.
Knowledge arcana. Do any of you have knowledge arcana?
No, but if it's a magical beast, I can roll
Okay.
it untrained.
Jessup, you identify this creature. So, a couple of things are going to happen. First off, a couple of things are going to happen. So we'll go by this one by one. This creature comes out from behind the barrels, and Jessup, out of the corner of your eye, you see it. You recognize this creature to be known as a basilisk.
Oh. Oh, balls.
Oh, that's not good.
Then, as you're preoccupied with that, you look back at the goblin, and the shape is changing. And
Stabbed it.
what was a goblin now changes into a different creature. Roll a. I think this is knowledge planes.
I was wondering why it didn't have a token.
Dude, you rolled me a knowledge local and you told me it was a goblin. You lied.
Knowledge planes.
What if I don't have that?
Then you're out of luck. Okay. You are able to identify this creature as a Barghest.
Oh dear
Holy
God.
bonkers. Well,
So-
this is a sticky wicket, boys.
I'm going to read the descriptions for these two creatures. Then you'll be able to ask your questions. And then other things will happen. Oh, like I said, a lot of things are going to happen here.
Well,
Hey, good thing we got that one stone thingy potion, didn't we?
Okay. So 28 against the Basilisk, DC 15, so you get 2 pieces of information in addition. So this squat reptilian monster has, 8 legs. I thought it was 6, my bad. 8
Correct.
legs, bony spurs jutting from its back. I can show you here what it looks like if I'm on the right layer. 8 legs, bony spurs jutting out from its back, and eyes that glow with pale green fire. The basilisk, often called the king of serpents, is in fact not a serpent at all, but rather an 8-legged reptile. It's a magical beast, by the way, with a nasty disposition and an ability to turn creatures to stone with its gaze. Folklore holds that, much like the cockatrice, the first basilisks hatched from eggs laid by snakes and incubated by roosters, but little in the basilisk's physiology leads any credence to this claim. That's the basics of what you get for a basilisk. You have 2 questions about a basilisk you can ask.
Well, you can go ahead and talk about the gaze if you'd like. How that
Okay.
Functions first.
So, basilisks possess a gaze attack. This gaze attack turns a creature that fails a fortitude save to stone permanently as the flesh to stone spell. This gaze has a range of 30 feet, and like I said, DC fortitude negates the effect, but the gaze is every round unless you avert your gaze, in which case there's a percentage chance you don't have to make the save, or you basically blind yourself, in which case everybody has total concealment, but you don't have to roll the save at all. Otherwise, you have to make the save every round. A creature petrified in this manner, this is part of that. So a creature petrified in this manner that is then coated, not just splashed, but coated with fresh basilisk blood is instantly restored to flesh. A single basilisk contains enough blood to coat 1d3 medium creatures. So as long as there's not a bunch of you that get turned to stone, if you are able to kill it, you might be okay. That's one piece of information. You get one more.
Talk about a real Sophie's choice. If
Yeah,
like
I
three
guess,
of us get coded, have to be coded. Like,
I guess does it have any defenses?
It doesn't have any special defenses. I will give you that because of its numerous legs, its CMD versus trip is amazingly high. But other than that, it doesn't
Alright,
possess
so I won't be using
anything
the whip on it.
special.
Got it.
As for the Barghest, I don't know if it's just cold in my room or if I'm shaking because I'm very excited about this.
I think I hate you.
Is that what the first door is?
He was probably so sad because we almost coup de graced it, and then I had to be dumb and be like, "Oh, diplomacy is the thing
oh, let's
that
go
we should
talk
do."
to it. Oh!
Barghest and Basilisks have superb perception checks. So I was waiting for somebody other than the invisible dude to come inside.
Right, like the invisible dude could have coup de grace, but no.
You know, I feel like we keep trying to scold these youngsters that, or by youngsters, Frampton and Aaidan, to not kill, but to ask questions first, and then that just screws us over.
I'll just
every time.
say,
I mean,
Aidan's
very
plan.
good point. Getting information is something that you lack very, very much.
Yeah.
But it just so happens to be every time
Never
you ask for
works
information,
out.
it's
Yeah,
a
don't get
bad-
me wrong. Aidan was team stabby stab. He's just like, kill it,
I
dude.
know you were.
It's a goblin.
my-
So
Kill
and
him.
I have suck. Apparently,
DC 15 for this, so you again get two pieces of information about the Barghest. So this snarling canine beast pads forward on all fours, its slender front libs looking more like hands than a wolf's paws. Said to be fiendish relations of all goblinoid races, the hateful Barghest come to the material plane to feed. As they consume the bodies of innocents, they grow increasingly powerful. A Barghest eventually sheds its skin to transform into a greater Barghest, at which point it often seeks out a tribe of goblins or other creatures to rule. You have two questions about this creature.
I guess special abilities and defenses, same thing.
Special abilities, well, there's two different things. Special abilities would be a separate line of questioning, but so like special attacks or special qualities I can do as one, or defenses as another, whichever one you want.
Yeah, I can do the qualities there.
So they only possess one like special quality, which is spell-like abilities, and so I'll just give that to you since it's the only thing. Barghests can cast Blink, Levitate, and Misdirection at will. Once per day, they can cast Charm Monster, Crushing Despair, and Dimension Door. You have one more piece of information.
Oh, does he have DR?
They have DR5 magic.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Now, with all that said and done, we would just jump right into initiative and have some rolls against a gaze attack. But I think that's going to have to wait for next session to see who gets stuck.
you know, I didn't think that this one would be any worse. I think if we do all escape the forge, we just need to go right to the top.
I say we at least play the first round to see if anybody's turned to stone and if we have to
No,
brainstorm
we gotta
solutions.
wait. We're gonna wait.
This is going to be good. I'm really looking forward to this one.
I have to
And you're
say,
positive it comes from this barrel and not this not here.
Yeah, it comes from out from behind the barrels between the forge.
Here, but not here. Okay.
well, you can 5-foot step.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're just hoping to get a free sneak attack.
yeah.
But actually,
Visible.
Do you guys
so
wanna-
You do.
do you guys want to roll for initiative then end, or do you want to start next session rolling for initiative?
I say start.
Okay.
Everything next section.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, see you next time. I will be down in New Jersey next week for work stuff, so we'll have to skip 1 week. But after that, I'll be back.
We gotta wait 2 weeks to figure out
I
how
have
we
to
all
live
die.
with this in my head for 2 weeks.
Yeah, you got to live with a potential fortitude save or be stoned for 2 weeks.
Okay.
So have fun with that.
Yeah. Awesome.
Well,
looking forward to it.
everyone else who joined us today or is listening later, either back on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or everywhere else you find podcasts, thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed today's session. We will not see you next week, but instead the following Tuesday. Thank you very much.